What's going on, everybody? Oh my goodness. I bet y'all thought I wasn't going live tonight. We're doing another late live. How y'all doing? Y'all come on in here. Come on in here. We really need to do both yesterday and today's episodes with Candace. We got a court update. Oh man. Milk Bar dropped the video. We got a lot to go over, y'all. Good evening to everybody. Hope everybody is doing well. Happy Friday. Hope you guys enjoyed your week. Mine was busy. Y'all come in, make sure you hit the like button and drop the number of like that you fall in. Something to that extent. So if you're number 10, put number 10. It's you know, Jay would shout out to him, has to remind me to do that. Y'all just come on in. It's gonna be very interesting. We got time tonight. In the words of Tinashe Peter, we got time. We got time, y'all. What's going on? I haven't been able to do much of anything all day. And hang out with you all. So we're gonna hang out. It's Friday night. I have nothing to do tomorrow, and I'm very excited. Finally, can get to 2 episodes tonight. We sure will. But we got a court update, Candace. I see you still haven't scheduled a hearing, girl. She still haven't scheduled a hearing. I don't understand this. What are you scared of, Candace? Schedule a hearing. Girl, just schedule the hearing for the motion. Got everybody on suspense. How y'all doing? What's happening? What's going on, Francisca? How you doing, honey? One Saturday morning for me. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody over there in the UK. And shout out to my mods. I appreciate you for tuning in. What's going on, Mila? How you doing? Y'all come on in here. Y'all know we have to do we doing late. So it's been a late live for me all week. Not that I want to, but I have to work during the day. I literally just got settled. Y'all can believe that. But I am so excited to get to this. Um, I'm trying to make sure if I can make sure y'all these comments and they be off the chain. But we're gonna make sure we have that in check. Yes, we are. So shout out to all of you all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. You guys are fantastic. The live stream from yesterday is doing very well, and I just really appreciate all of the support from all of you all here in the LLC. It is just heartwarming to know you guys are tuning in, and even for the candy asses and the bots, they still like the banter. They enjoy the banter. I don't know why, but I appreciate you all for tuning in. I really do. Thank you all so much. We're gonna get to it. I'm trying to update a few things on the back end just to make sure it's not so difficult and hard for my moms because these chats go, man, that sometimes y'all the comments fly so fast. So my moms know to send me an email if I miss something and I need to, give me a heads up on something. Just shoot me an email. But the comments fly so fast sometimes. So if you guys of course see anything that's just like derogatory, racial slurs, stuff like that, put them out. Yeah, we don't have time for that. But shout out to all of you all. I appreciate you all. I mean, comments and questions that, regarding the topic, always welcome. Always welcome. I think Milk Bar did another video today, or was it a short? It may have been a short. If so, we checked that one out yesterday. Shout out to him. So, y'all ready? We're about to get to it. We're gonna check on this update. Shout out to No Reply for letting me know there was a court update done. And then we're gonna get straight to Candace. We're gonna do the video she did yesterday and then the one she did today. So we're gonna do both. And we got time. I hope y'all are good. I hope y'all ready to go with this. Y'all. Woo! Oh my God. Catching a live. I listened to your 4 hour live on replay this morning. Oh, shout out to you, Jackie. Thank you. You know what? More of the Luxters and the supporters are saying that they're enjoying the longer lives that gets them through the day. I don't even plan for them to be that long. I'm gonna be honest with you all. I literally do not plan these lives to be 4 or 5 hours long. If I had my preference, they would be under 2 hours so that I can just generate like shorts and clips on its own automatically. But we just, if I play her video out, then I'm just copycatting. I'm not giving any commentary. I'm not looking up information in between. You know, I you might as well just watch her video flat out, right? That's the purpose of giving commentary and doing a little research, even if it's a definition of a term. That's how you create your content. You can't just copy somebody. And I can't listen to Candace by myself. I just can't do it. Like it's hard for me to just listen to her for 10 minutes straight. I ain't lying. It's like almost traumatic. Candace, you traumatizing people by the thousands, girl. You can't make this up. Shout out to you. I appreciate you. You say you say it with style and humor. Had me laughing. We have to have fun. If not, Candace will give you a migraine. Oh, Candace, you helpful. I heard you trying to back out of this conversation or this debate or whatever it is. Why you just can't fly out and just go have the debate in person? Candace, now you want to come up with excuses. Oh, they didn't email me. Are you serious? Your oldest is not even in first grade, girl. Where's George at? He can't watch the kids. Make that make sense? You can't make this up. Yeah, hit the like button coming in. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We're having a late show tonight. It is what it is. Carol News, how you doing, honey? Thank you so much for tuning in. Shout out to you all. Bill, is it Bill? Hello to all. Everybody speak to everybody. The Nerve Ensemble. I've been waiting for you to return, LLC. Go scorch earth, Candace, please. Yeah, we're going there because I got to get in 2 of her episodes. I'm going ham. So I hope y'all ready. Y'all get you some hot chocolate or soda, water, whatever you gonna get. I made some hot chocolate myself, and I got some water. You know, I even got some marshmallows on standby. We're here for it. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, we're here for it. Candace, you gonna catch it, honey. I don't know why you think this her stalling this lawsuit. If that doesn't tell people what they need to know about how she is handling this entire litigation matter when it comes to this, and how she's more afraid of facing the truth than anything, then I don't know what it is. The candy asses are going to think what they're going to think. But for those who still want to, use some logic and common sense here, the fact that her attorneys are not trying to push for a court hearing on the motion to dismiss is telling to me. It's telling to me. And the fact that she, anytime they do an amendment, of course, they file a motion to dismiss that. And then they did a strike the second time. Candace, go to court. Just go to court. Man, it makes no sense. So we're here for it, Nerve Ensemble. We're here for it, honey. Welcome in, lovely people. Good afternoon from Sydney, Australia, LLC. Go to town on that snake, Candace. I'm here for it. Jackie said it was my day off. Coffee and you had me hooked. oh, shout out to you. Yeah, sometimes I'll listen just to see, what I need to improve on. Making sure like engagement is there, making sure you guys, are able to kind of provide more input. The comments fly by fast. Okay. So I might not see all the comments I want to see, but I do try my best to highlight them if I can't read them all. So that everyone feels like they're, even the candy asses in the box, even though they still copying and pasting. Get creative tonight. Because I'm on one. Y'all better get creative over there. The candy asses in the box. You better be creative. That's it. Just get creative. We on one tonight. I can't listen to her on my own either. Yeah, I can't do it. See, what's going on? She's almost impossible to listen to for more than 30 seconds. I know. Oh, she says water. Oh, Mila said I got my cappuccino ready, although I'm sure popcorn is more appropriate. Oh yeah, y'all ready? What's going on, Juju? How you doing? Hope everybody's good. Y'all 2.0, how you doing, honey? Yeah, I'll get y'all some Kool-Aid and popcorn and cookies and whatever else you're gonna get. It's gonna be a good one tonight. Because we're going through 2 episodes. George told me no, and I have 4 kids. Pathetic excuses. He could be watching his own kids so she can go fly out for a debate. I mean, good grief. Candace, you didn't go to the funeral or the memorial for Charlie Kirk. We're not, no one is going to ever forget that. You chose to listen to Kanye West's song, not hang out with Kanye West. No. She chose to take time to just go listen to his songs. Like she don't have 4 kids. You can't make this up. What's going on, Diane? Kosh destroyed Candace. Zero evidence against Turning Point. Oh yeah. He the fact that she won't show the text message she sent to this so-called FBI agent, I was like, I can't take her seriously with that. I even challenged and dared her on Twitter, on Twitter X. I said, yeah, no, I dare you to file a formal complaint to the FBI. I dare you. You said someone's trying to assassinate you. I dare you to file that formal complaint. I'll be here to read it. Go ahead and file it and then post it up. she ain't gonna do it. Candace, I know her for exactly what the law is on it. I went over it for a reason. So if you file that FBI formal complaint, you know what's coming after that. Because we haven't seen any evidence to support anything you're saying. So I just want you to file it. Let's just see what happens. We'll see what happens. That's all we gotta do. Yeah, cautious about time for cautious, like grow a spine and do something. It just at this point, and this is just how I feel about this. My opinion. I feel like Candace is interfering with the actual investigation with Tyler James Robinson. I feel like she's just interfering with it at this point. She doesn't want him to be charged with murder, but it's not whether she wants to or not. No one cares if she wants something to be done, or she doesn't like something, or she feels warm and fuzzy about something. Like no one cares when it comes to a matter of what is decided in the court of law. They do not care. Y'all see it that I read the new law, the new bill that was passed in Delaware. It said nothing about Candace Owens' feelings because laws don't care about her feelings. Not at all. It didn't even mention mine. It's supposed to be impartial on its own. And that's it. And if you don't understand how to interpret law, you have case law. So, you know, reading a comment saying I'm not reading it impartially. Obviously, you don't know how to read laws either. I don't want the law to care about my feelings. I want it to care about facts and evidence. That's all I want the law to do. It's to keep things in order the way it should be. That's how it's designed to be. So she's full of Candace. You full of shit, girl. And one time I'm gonna just use that profanity right there. Oh man, shout out to all of you all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Oh, Candia, what's going on? How you doing? Shout out to my moms, y'all. My moms are up in here. All hands on deck. You guys see anything that's just slurs and defamatory and just nonsense and buffoonery? No, we on one tonight. Boot it out. I mean, if we can't get conversations and comments and thoughtful questions, child, I don't care if they insult me, but if they get disrespectful with you all, block them. Then we have the right to not read their dumb shit. That's pretty much how that works. All right, y'all. We're gonna get to it. Y'all ready? We got to get to this update for this lawsuit here. So once upon a time, Candace claimed that the first lady of France, Brigitte Macron, was born a man as a fact. And the moment she said that, they tried to correct her. It didn't work. She didn't accept any of their exhibits, photos, nothing. And here we are. So they sued her ass. So this is case number N as in Nancy 25 C as in Candace dash 07 dash 194. This having been filed back on July 23rd of 25. So the new bill that was passed in Delaware regarding the speech clause would not be applicable to this case. And the fact that they're trying to get it dismissed based on you know, it's jurisdiction, it's a lack of jurisdiction. That's not going to work either because Candace actually admitted and confirmed that her LLCs are registered in Delaware. So she just doesn't have a leg to stand on. They'll be able to meet their burden. It's just how it is. So we've gone over the activities here. You guys see with the dates and then the entries and then who's entering um, the documents. You get between her attorney and the Macron's attorneys. So the most recent one here was from December 3rd. Now, when something is filed, it may not be the same day where it's stamped and then uploaded to the docket. It might take 2 or 3 days for that to happen because it has to be filed and stamped through the clerk of the court. So this was filed on December 3rd, 2025 at 4:55 p.m. So the answering brief was filed in response to their motion to dismiss and strike the first amended complaint. And this Brian Farnan is the attorneys for the Macrones. So anytime one party files a motion, the other party gets to file a response to it. And naturally, because they filed that motion, that would have given the other party, which is the Macrones, the opportunity to file a response to that motion. And I think it's between 22 or 25 days. So it seems like they were at the last they filed it at the midnight hour here, 4:55 p.m., probably right before the court closed. But as you all can see, it says answering brief filed date docketed December 5th. So when it's submitted to the court, it might take 2 to 3 business days for it to be actually docketed. And that means it's filed and stamped by the clerk of court. And this is the plaintiff's opposition to defendant's motion to dismiss with certificate of service. Notice of plaintiff's opposition to defendant's motion. So there was a notice, the answering brief, the certificate of service. Basically, they were provided a copy of the actual response itself. And of course, plaintiff's opposition to defendant's motion to dismiss to be heard at the convenience of the court. Proposed order denying defendant's motion. So whenever you file a motion or even a response, you submit over the proposed order in the event that the judge grants your motion or the other party's motion. Then you already have a proposed order. And yes, they can be modified and edited based on how that hearing goes. And so I'm I'm like 80% sure the judge is going to deny their motion to dismiss. I think as far as jurisdiction is well established. Candace can't shut up for 2 seconds, so she's already obliterated her defense, confirming that her LLCs are registered in the state of Delaware, giving the court jurisdiction. They're not libel tourism. They're not shopping around to see what state. No, it needs to be that court in that state needs to have jurisdiction over the matter. The judge would have to have personal jurisdiction over the case. You just can't file a lawsuit in some random state because you think the laws are lax. That's not how that works. It would be dismissed because of that, and nobody would even have to file a motion to dismiss it. It would be automatic. So not only is that part of law, it's part of court rule. The case actually needs to be filed in the state where that district, based on where the person lives or their LLCs and businesses are registered, where they're bringing in money, would have that jurisdiction. So yeah, they're excited. They're waiting. I'm excited. Everybody's excited. Candace, get your attorneys to send a request for a hearing. Can y'all stop playing around with this? As you can see, they filed their response to the motion. I would love to actually read the document. I wonder if Andrea Burkhart has that on her thing. So that y'all got it right here. What's going on, Berea and Babes? How you doing? Benny Johnson did did, and that man that threatened his family is in prison now. Good. We're talking about Nicholas Ray. Candace, you ain't said nothing about Nicholas Ray sending online death threats to 3 people because they're Jewish conservatives, and you're sitting here implicating all of Israel. Well, it started off with that. Now she's on this Egyptian plains. Next week it'll be, back to the hospital, you guys. One thing I discovered about the doctors, and then she's gonna post up all the photos of the doctors again. Candace, you do not have the authority to disseminate Charlie Kirk's medical information. I'm gonna call you out on that every single time. There's nothing that you're saying that warrants us to have to see him, his admission, screenshot, anything from an EMR without consent from Erica Kirk. You have no idea how many times you've overstepped your boundaries on basic things because you failed to read. And where the hell her attorneys at? They're not telling her nothing. Candace, you suck, girl. You're bad at this. Oh, Lord. Tatum is ridiculous. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. A couple of you guys have asked me to listen to Tatum, but I think he would be more infuriating than Candace. So it's one of the reasons why I haven't. I just, if he's sitting here just, being a simp, and he's simping for her, because I'm saying simp. I don't care if he's married or not. If this Brandon Tatum guy is simping for Candace Owens, and he doesn't even have to do that. It's not like she pays his mortgage or anything. So if he's just willfully simping for her and he doesn't have a spine, I can't listen to that. I can't listen to that. People, I guess, don't care. Nowadays on social media, it's all about sensationalism, right? That's why I consider it a blessing when I see any of my content views are over 20,000. It's a blessing because I'm not going to sit here and take the knee to Candace. Like, Candace don't pay my bills. She don't run my house. She has no power on my platform. Lady Luck Club is not Stun Candace Owens, but we're going to debunk her all day. But I don't care about her tantrum. She too old for that. So, to be able to reach that many people and still be able to tell the truth and maintain your morality and dignity and master the English language and understand definitions of terms. Candace says she doesn't understand the difference between the number 9 and the letter N. Candace, who the hell supposed to be scared of you again when you don't know the difference between the letter N and the number 9? You can't take that serious. Ain't scaring nobody with that. What are you trying to say? It's a weird thing to say something about yourself. I wouldn't tell nobody that. That'll be between me and God. I don't know the difference between the number 9 and the letter N. No one will know that. Candace, you helpful. All right. You can't make this stuff up. So, yeah, I let the simps be ridiculous because that's what they're going to be. Megan Kelly. She gets confronted with the stuff. And it's like now, what's his name? The guy that confronted her. It's another Ben, right? Benny Johnson and the other Ben is 2 different people, right? I have to remember people based on how they look. Can I get one of the mods to drop the YouTube channel link to Berean Babes? Shout out to you, honey. How you doing, girl? What's going on? Stop by to hit the like button. Thank you so much, Berean Babes. Make sure you guys go check out Berean Babes YouTube channel. If I can get one of the mobs to drop her link to her channel, let's show some love and support. I appreciate that. And I always, try my best to put forward other great content creators, give you guys a shout out, show you all the love, because I believe in that. I believe in that. So keep your foot on her neck, Berean Babes. You're doing an awesome job. Shout out to you, girl. But with Ben, is it Ben Shapiro? That's his name. Ben Shapiro. There you go. All right, thank you, Juju. I appreciate it. Okay, cool. Ben Shapiro and Benny Johnson are 2 different people. For some reason, and I've seen a couple tweets from Benny Johnson, it still seems like he's trying to defend her. Dude, the guy that sent you that online death threat was someone that listens to Candace Owens. Don't you ought to think you should be questioning that at least? But she has people so scared. Even with him being faced with a death threat, he's still trying to defend her. And people are scared to say what they need to say about Candace Owens because it's really her candy asses and the cult members and the bots. They're working overtime to get their Christmas bonus. I don't take none of them seriously. And Candace, if you're out here encouraging people to commit cyber crimes with the doxing and harassment and the bullying to the point where you're trying to silence your critics, yeah, you have many more lawsuits to come, Heifer. They're coming down the pipeline on you. So this lawsuit you all see here will be the least of her worries. She's just mad because the Macrons are not going to sit here and let her lie on them about the first lady of France being born a man. Candace, you didn't have to purport that to be a fact. You could have just said, well, based on my perception of her, and it's my opinion, and just left it at that. Nope, she kept hoppering on it, did an 8-part series that means nothing to the court, and then, purported it to be a fact. Candace, you effed up. You messed up. So hopefully Brian Farney now can help push forward to getting a hearing scheduled because he's filed his answer to their motion to dismiss and strike of the FAC for submitted complaint. Either party can really just say, hey, can y'all go ahead and put us on the calendar so we can get the hearing for the motion to dismiss out the way? Candace, don't you want to get to the discovery phase? Why aren't you talking about that? Like those things that people want her to talk about, she doesn't talk about it. Candace does not talk about the actual details of this case. I don't know if you all ever noticed that. She doesn't read court documents like that. She hasn't read the appeal that's still open and active in the High Court of France against those 2 French journalists. Like, she won't even read the cases. When she got sued, she threw a tantrum. She held up the entire lawsuit and barely read from it. She could have literally did a formal reading. She won't do that. So she doesn't care what's going on. She's talking about, I don't do all that. I don't involve lawyers. Well, other people do. So they don't care what you think. Can't make this up. So we're waiting for this. They have some, they got some exhibits, y'all. Oh, yeah. Exhibit A to out to declaration of Catherine. Okay, so it's the declaration of her attorney. Yeah, so they submitted this in. It's there, y'all. So we, like I said, we're gonna stay on top of this. Hopefully, because these civil proceedings are typically open to the public. So more than likely there's gonna be a Zoom hearing link where observers can listen in. I will be listening in. Anyone can listen in. And then I'm going to give real-time updates each day or every time there's a hearing. I'm going to give some real-time updates. What you cannot do, and let me put this out here now. You cannot record the hearings without permission from the chief judge. Okay? Unlike Candace, I'm going to tell you all what the right thing to do is. You would have to get permission from the chief judge to record the hearings. Like if you want to screen record it, something like that, you have to get permission from the chief judge of that court. So that would be the Superior Court of Delaware. So make sure you guys follow the court rules on that. If you do listen in, do not record it if you don't have permission. And don't tell nobody if you do something like that because it's actually illegal. So we're going to follow the laws and we're going to follow court rules. Are we all on one accord with that? Unlike Candace, we're doing the right thing here. But I'm going to be listening in. That's going to be epic. So I can't wait. let's get over to this. Ah, man, y'all ready? Candace. So this is the episode she did yesterday on Thursday. And then we're gonna go right into the one she did today, technically yesterday on Friday. But we're gonna go right into that one because I want to get both of them in. And my understanding is she used one of my quips. Candace, if you're gonna show up in my chat, at least show up under your channel name. You seen it coming in here on a fake profile. Girl, bye. You can't make this stuff up. Let's get some more comments in. Y'all hit the like button as you come in. 94 people watching. Thank you all so much. Shout out to you, Candace. Thank you so much for dropping the YouTube channel link for Berean Babes. Y'all go check her out. Let's see here. I want to make sure I got everybody in here. Y'all 2.0 up in here. Diane. All right, y'all. Put a 1 in the chat when you can see in here. We're ready. I agreed. I stopped like listening to Tatum. Mama Sage. I never listened to him. So, like Megan Kelly, I never listened to her like that. And I can be honest, I don't think they have anything, valuable to add to the conversation. So, yeah, I'm real picky about that. I want people that's gonna tell the truth. I don't care what political side you on. Y'all know that. All the Luxters definitely know that. I'm not left or right. I'm A for American. So what's best for American people, and just doing the right thing in general is what's more important. And at the end of the day, when you stand before God on Judgment Day, He's not going to ask you, did you vote Republican or Democrat? That does not get you in the heaven. It just doesn't. So, having said that, and keeping all that in mind, what's going on, Tanya? Let's get to it. Let's get to it. I'll refresh this because I don't understand why.
All right, you guys, happy Thursday.
Hold on. Let me expand it. All right, let's go.
Fun little update for you. When the clock struck midnight last night and Cinderella's carriage turned back into a pumpkin, Turning Point USA decided it was a good time to issue a confirmation plus an ultimatum, a time and a date for our debate. I should tell you that they did not send me an email. They did not send me a text message. They did not coordinate anything with me. They simply made this midnight announcement and gave it a countdown, 24 hours to respond. So we're going to discuss that. And let me just tell you, Turning Point is so done after this. You just cannot survive being disingenuous. We also are going to get back.
Yeah, it's an invitation, girl. Y'all see? Listen, we only got in 41 seconds. Candace, it's an invitation. If you're not familiar with the concept, I used a great example the other day. Someone inviting you to a Thanksgiving dinner. Let's say Christmas because it's coming up. Someone invites you to Christmas dinner. And they say, be at my house on December the 25th at 3 p.m. for Christmas dinner. How do you expect them to respond to you if you show up the next day at 8 p.m. talking about, I couldn't make it yesterday because I have kids, but I'm here today for that Christmas dinner? They're going to be like, get the hell out of here. Girl, bye, Felicia. Go home. Like, you can't do what you want to do in someone else's house. It's their ground rules. It's their turf. And they don't have to bend and manipulate anything to try to accommodate you. They invited you to something they had already planned on doing. It's either a yes or a no, girl. And I don't know why you can't go in person. What kind of curriculum are you teaching where George can't pick it up and do the same thing? Or maybe that's just the one day your kids just get a day off. I thought they had tutors and stuff. What's going on? How is she actually homeschooling herself personally? If she's already said that she's getting ready for her show 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Last time I checked, kids are still in school at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So how are you prepping for a show at 2 p.m.? And you should still be actually, teaching your kids technically. What's a school day like for her? How long is school there in your house, girl? I'm not even knocking her homeschooling. For those who do it, God bless your heart and all your parts. But it's the timing conflict that's just so off and weird. And if George can't watch his own kids while you fly out and have this debate in person, why is he there? You know what? Never mind. I just answered my own question. He's too busy at the boys' club. Let's go.
back into the Egyptian planes today. They are also working very hard to try to convince us that was nothing.
Yeah,
That's
girl.
just what Egyptian military planes do, fly around the skies in the middle of Provo when Charlie Kirk is being assassinated. Well, it turns out maybe these planes might be the key to everything, not nothing. Welcome back to Candace.
Yeah.
Happening over there in Arizona. Who is in? I feel like I have to ask this question on behalf of the entire world. What the hell is going on at Turning Point USA? What's going on?
Let me clarify that. Dear Turning Point USA, the entire world is not asking what's going on. We're just not. Turning Point USA does not have any direct effect on Candace Owens' household. Last time I checked, Turning Point USA is not paying her mortgage. And if she has one, let's just say her bills. They don't pay her bills. The entire world is not wondering whatever Candace is wondering in her alternate reality. Candace, your own husband, aka George Farmer, aka Boys Club, said that he feels like he's married to multiple women because you have multiple personalities and he has no damn idea what he's going to get day by day. So it's safe to say that you have voices in your head or something, or you're hopping in out of personalities and you can't remember. Either way, if I were you, I would try to make an appointment to go cry on someone's couch 3 days a week because she needs to cry on somebody's couch at this point. Can't make this up.
I want to know what is happening over there in Arizona. Who is in charge exactly?
We don't care.
Who is making the decisions? Who is calling the shots on all of these terrible and extremely obvious PR moves? Just, I think we all deserve to at least know what's going on. It feels like this company is going to turn into Enron, right? Amazing, and then just plummet overnight. I have just
Candace, you just compared this to Enron. You understand that was a Ponzi scheme? You do understand? And let me just be clear on this. In general, MLMs are not all fraudulent. But it becomes that way when you can't be accountable for the money you're getting in and you're not offering a product or service in exchange for it. Now, with Turning Point, it's a 501c3. So you have a lot more donors that are just giving as a charitable donation. We could think whatever you want to think behind closed doors, but if it came down to a court of law, it would be defined as a gift or a contribution. And for her to sit here and say people should get refunds back, it's disgusting. People get to donate and give money to whatever they want to give money to. But to say it's an Enron, now you're saying it's a Ponzi scheme because we can all just look up the history of Enron. Why make this reference? This is why she's in court. That's exactly why. I don't expect the candy ass cult members to look up the actual history and the details of Enron with it being a well-known Ponzi scheme. But you're now insinuating that's what Turning Point is. And the people who ran Enron, some of them people went to prison. So where's your so-called evidence of fraud? Because once again, if you're claiming that they're Enron, you're claiming that they're doing something fraudulent. And you've already said they're committing fraud. And you said that as a fact. Not tried, she did. This is where it becomes defamatory again, Candace. So hopefully they sue the crap out of you and, we can all listen in on that hearing as well.
Of the things that they are doing, you can't make this up. They are just so obvious, so obviously trying to hide something. Before we get into their frankly bizarre late night tweets and ultimatum, I wanted to update you guys and let you know that Cam Higbee, remember that weird propagandist reporter who goes to the Pentagon press secretary and is like, don't laugh. Okay, right, don't laugh. And then proceeds to ask if they heard about France's assassination attempt on my life, which I also said that France was on the ground on the day that Charlie was assassinated. Yeah, this Cam Higbee, take a listen as well.
Yeah. So this is my first question, and don't laugh. Does the DOW have any evidence at all of a French military?
Candace, why are you making an issue with this? We're still laughing at you, Candace. Candace, The majority of humanity on Earth are laughing at you, not with you. I know I laugh at you every day. You can't.
plot to assassinate Candace Owens?
That is an interesting question. Not that I'm aware of, but interesting question.
Oh,
I
God.
can try to find out and maybe let you know. I think that might be more of a law enforcement matter, though.
Yes,
So
it is.
I brought that up because it was just so
Law enforcement matter.
propagandist, so in our faces. I obviously did not think that this was going to lead back to Turning Point USA, but little did I know.
That's not propaganda. He asked a question. Because that's how you ask questions, Candace. He just asked a direct question. He's not pushing propaganda. So you think you're the only person on Earth, you alien, that gets to ask questions and exercise free speech? Girl, bye, Felicia. Bye, Felicia.
That we can add Cam Higbee onto our list of brand new. Everyone was just so brand new on that day. Everyone was so brand new leading up to Charlie's assassination. Well, Cam Higbee is on the payroll of Turning Point USA beginning in August of this year. So in theory, Cam Higbee, who was laughing off the idea of an assassination attempt, is being paid by the very organization that just had its leader assassinated in broad daylight in front of the entire world. I find that to be interesting. Who directed him to ask that question? I'm just asking questions. But first, after my episode...
Yeah, no, you're not the only one that gets to ask questions. And here's where you're going to have a mighty fall, after that pride comes before the fall. We're seeing your full narcissism and pride on display, girl. So you're about to experience the hardest and biggest fall you've ever had, because karma does not have a name to it. Do not think you're exempt from karma. But you're saying that this young man should not be able to ask that question because he's on the payroll. Weren't you just complaining that they didn't have salaries for employees, or they did not list employees? You and Wolves of Finance. Didn't these two thunkheads have an issue with the fact that you didn't have any employees listed with salaries? Now they have employees listed on the tax forms, and someone's on their actual payroll, and she's sitting here saying it's a problem. Do you want them to work for the money or not, Candace? How do you want this to go? Can't make this up. So they're supposed to volunteer the time? This is ridiculous. She acts as if this is not a company. It's just a 501c3. It's a type of company. It is still a company. The type of company it is a nonprofit organization. What the hell is it? I mean, it's just so far off of reality. It's just, you can't make this up. Let's see. Cam is trying to continue what Charlie did. Yeah. He asked questions. He exercised free speech. What's going on, CC? In our faces, there's the propaganda. Exactly. Yuck 210 said, Candy, you said the Macrons paid 1.5 mil to have you taken out before Thanksgiving. Exactly. Where are the proof of those transactions, Candace Owens, that you claimed the Macrons paid to Club Dassault? Where are those transactions? You said someone called you and said that there is a paper trail, and yet you didn't bother to ask them to send you a copy of that paper trail. It's logic and common sense, Candace. Two things you don't understand or have. She doesn't have the common sense God gave her, Billy Goat. Oh, man. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Hit that like button because you know you want to. And thank you all so much for the support here. I appreciate it. I really do. Cam is a contractor, and he started that in August before Charlie was deleted. That's what I'm saying. She asked, like, even if it was after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, why does she have a problem with Turning Point USA actually hiring staff, even if they contracted? This Cam kid, he needs to be paid for his service. He gets paid for the work he does. No one is sitting here telling Candace to fire herself. I even said I don't want Candace to stop talking. I want her to keep talking, because the more she talks, the better the Macron's lawsuit is going to be for. You can't make this up.
Yesterday, I expected, call me crazy.
Crazy.
I expected that Turning Point would reach out to me via text, via email. They would instantly follow up with their long diatribe.
They posted up a post on Twitter X. What? You're constantly on Twitter X. Either confirm or deny it. It's an invitation. Just confirm or deny, girl. It's that simple.
And be sincere and say, okay, here are some dates and some times. When would you like to make this happen? We're going to
They
start
don't
this great
have to
debate.
do that
Rather,
for you.
instead of hearing anything from Turning Point, I heard from Skylar, my executive producer, this morning via text, which I'm going to show you, that I was somehow already 9 hours into a 24-hour countdown that was issued by Turning Point USA. Here is that text exchange with Skylar this morning. He 8:49 said,
to do that, girl.
I'm sure you saw this. And I responded to him and I said, no, actually, I didn't see this. And I opened the tweet, which went out from Blake Neff around midnight last night. And here's what he wrote. I'm like, how am I supposed to see this? The live stream we announced on the show Wednesday has been set. That would imply to the audiences that they reached out to me and we set a time. No, he goes on. At 4 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. local time on Monday, December 15th, a collection of Charlie's friends will respond to statements made by Candace Owens to set the record straight once and for all prior to the opening of America Fest. Now, if it's going to be once and for all, it sounds pretty final. I mean, I would assume that I'd have to contribute so I could answer back, right? He goes on to write, we'll be live streaming, as he said from the beginning, this is going to be a live streamed event from Charlie's Phoenix studio. Our offer from yesterday holds. If Candace wishes to join us in person in Phoenix, she is welcome to do so. She can let us know by the end of today. Why? Well, I'm sorry. If you're saying this is happening on the 15th, why am I getting 24 hours to be able to respond to you? That doesn't make any sense. That for some reason feels...
Because that's what they get to do. It's their company. If they want you to respond in 24 hours so they can formalize the plans, they don't owe you anything beyond that. Candace, this was going to happen either way because reading is fundamental. Let me go back to this message. The live stream we announced on the show Wednesday has been set. They were going to do this regardless, Candace. They're just inviting you to come out and be a part of it if you want to be. Only if you want to be. But if not, just say no. I can't do it. Or I don't want to do it. I'm not in the mood. That's it. They don't have to reschedule it for you. There's going to be a panel here. Is she not reading the words on paper? Candace, are you looking at every letter N as the number 9? And somehow you're missing the point. When you think that the number 9 is the letter N, it might be a little bit more difficult to understand basic English. But Candace, whose fault is that? Yes or no? They're going to have a panel of people. Their goal is to respond to your lies and defamation. They don't have to extend anything to you in any olive branch for you to come out and to respond to them in person based on your terms and your timing. No. They're not dictating when you say something on your show. It's not like they're posting up something saying Candace Owens could have her shows premiere at like 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time so that we can all watch and respond to it. You know, because we can do this all day, Candace. Apples to apples here. So if you think that they should be rescheduling this live stream event that they were going to do with or without you because they're debunking you. So the last thing they need is interference with that. You invoking yourself in every little thing. She can't even debate well because she starts yelling, screaming, and over talking the other person. We've all seen a video of her do that in front of Dave Rubin. So if that's her debate style, and we all know that's exactly what she's going to do, because asking for, for her to put up the text message she sent over to the FBI agent or those payments from Club de Sant, like that's something she will not be able to do because she lied about it. How about turn over the information from that French government employee that told you payments were being made? Let's not forget, she claims she's got a call from some CIA contractor's well-known spouse, because I covered that in a separate video. I covered that, last week before last? Whatever happened to that CIA contractor and his well-known spouse? Because she said they also called the spouse, not the CIA contractor. No. The spouse called her and said something similar to what Andrew Kovic said. Who are those people? And why is a CIA contractor telling his wife something like that? Y'all see how weird that is? I mean, question. Do you believe that anybody even called her saying it? This so-called CIA contractor spouse. Does anyone even believe that that phone call took place? Because I don't. Candace, no one has to believe you until you produce evidence. So they're going to debunk her in their live stream they schedule because they want to be able to do it without interruption. And they invited her out. And yes, giving someone a specific time frame, you know, as to when you should be responding could be for a myriad of reasons. One of those things being they have to formalize this entire live stream. They need to finalize everything that's going to happen. And if you're going to be there, they need to make plans and arrangement for that. It's that simple. Yes or no? Didn't she just say in the other episode, anytime, any place, anywhere, we could do this today if you want or tomorrow? Now you have a problem with timing and scheduling? You can't make this up. The hypocrisy for me. It's the hypocrisy for me. They said they'll be live streaming from Charlie's Phoenix studio, which is in Arizona. Our offer from yesterday holds if Candace wishes to join us in person in Phoenix. She is welcome to do so. She can let us know by the end of the day. It's that simple. Yes or no. If you want this opportunity to ask questions, Candace, then why not go ahead and plan for it? It's ridiculous. It's not like she's got a regular job or something. She's got to ask her boss for time off.
Live streaming, as he said from the beginning, this is going to be a live streamed event from Charlie's Phoenix studio. Our offer from yesterday holds if Candace wishes to join us in person in Phoenix, she is welcome to do so. She can let us know by the end of today. Why? I'm sorry. If you're saying this is happening on the 15th, why am I getting 24 hours to be able to respond to you? That doesn't make any sense. That for some reason feels like this is a BS offer and a really cheap PR move. There's no reason to issue a...
Why is everything a PR move for you, Candace? Do you understand what PR is? Because I don't think she understands what PR stands for. Candace, it's like you're admitting that everything to you is a public relations issue. It's not. They're not trying to put on a front for you. They literally went 3 months without responding to you like that. Erica Kirk still has yet to say her name. They've gone 3 months without fully going head on and addressing every little thing she's saying. That is, most of it is highly defamatory. They committed fraud. They're aiding in some assassination. Those are heinous crimes. So if they want to schedule this and say you got to the end of the day to say something, it's on them. It's their prerogative. It's not a PR move. They're tired of you lying on them. This is probably your only opportunity, Candace, to be able to ask questions before they drag your ass to court. I even posted up that it Turning Point. Listen, if y'all want to seriously have her come out, hopefully you're just doing this as a formality to get her responses on the record. And then you can say, we tried to talk to her. We definitely put out factual information to debunk her. She still doesn't want to accept the evidence and the exhibits we provided to her. Does that sound familiar? What does that sound like to you all? Oh, we're going to go ahead and provide evidence to debunk her. Photos, a birth announcement. And then she still turns around and says, I don't accept any of this. How about I just have my doctor fly right out, get a little blood, take care of this real quick. She's doing the same thing with Turning Point now. She's not going to believe anything they say. So why try to convince her of that? Just put out your facts and your evidence and keep living. If she goes, just let her responses be for the intent and purposes of record keeping. Not because you're actually trying to take what she says seriously. They're not interested in answering your dumb questions about Egyptian planes. They have nothing to do with that. It's not their planes. They could care less. Like the rest of us. This is her MO. This is her pattern of behavior. Oh man, what's going on, Day? How you doing? I'm trying to make sure I just, highlight some of y'all comments. Thank y'all so much for watching and hit the like button as you come in. My shadow, are you giving me the $7,000? Because we almost close to Christmas. I don't know why I have not gotten this check yet, Benjamin Netanyahu. The candy asses are demanding that you send me $7,000. And I would take it, spend it, and still say what I want to say on my platform. Can I get amen? That wouldn't deter me from nothing. You can't make this up. Oh, God. Yeah, go ahead and send me that $7,000. I'll wait. As a matter of fact, I'll even take away the actual live stream goal. So if you just want to financially support the Lady Luck Club, the Cash App tag is scrolling. Supers are welcome. Just because there's nothing wrong with asking for, support to help create more content. StreamYard and Xfinity are two bills I have only because of my channels. That's it. If I was not doing YouTube, I wouldn't have a Comcast bill or a StreamYard bill. But I invested in making sure that I get you all great quality, content and videos by having some high-speed internet and using a streaming platform. It's not free. So, I mean, that $7,000, what you think I'm going to do with it? I'm going to spend it. That's the question. That's the answer. Yeah, let that happen. Benjamin Netanyahu, you need to hear up and send me my $7,000, bro.
24-hour response and put this up in the middle of the night. A. B, there's no reason you didn't reach out to me and say, hey, does this work? Can I check some flights, see if I can get in there? Nope. This is it. They put this up there. On the 15th, the last week of our show is live. Obviously, leading up to Christmas, that's the last week of our show. Obviously, it's a pretty busy week. So I'm like, okay, caught off guard by this, but you know what? I sense this is a PR move. So let me say, you've already said it's live streamed. If an event is live streamed, of course, we can make it work any place. I mean, at any time, any day, we can make this happen, right? Because you're live streaming it. There's no reason I can't show up electronically, okay? I respond to him and I say this, kind of weird how you didn't email or call me to ask about times or availability and instead chose to tweet this confirmation out at midnight. Why am I learning about this on X? December 15th does not work in person. And 2 p.m. happens to also be the literal time that I do my podcast live every day, which you knew, but we will happily cancel the daily podcast and we'll join you guys virtually instead for the live stream on the 15th. If that works on your end, let's lock it in, question mark. Okay, we're jumping here. Let's make it happen. Okay, that's the beauty of the internet. That is the beauty of 2025. You can literally be
okay. It went from make it happen anywhere, anytime, any place, anywhere, Candace, means you don't care where the location is. Once again, is it, understanding the definition of these terms that is just going over your head? Anywhere, meaning you're willing to go to any location. Anywhere indicates a place. And they said, okay, come out and do it face to face. Because if you try to get on live stream and you think this is all because of you, like they're only doing this just to bring you on the show. No, they're doing this to debunk you. They're just giving you the opportunity to give a rebuttal or to ask questions. But they're not setting this live stream up for you directly. No. I'm happy to tell you, Candace, you're not the center of everyone else's universe. Just your cult members and the bots that are working overtime for Christmas break, but you're not the center of everyone else's universe. So no, it doesn't revolve around you. And if that's the last day of your show, what difference does it make? It's not like you saying anything any differently anyway, girl.
Any place, anytime. Just send me a link, right? Any place, anytime, we can join you virtually. In fact, today on their show, they had Andrew Colvett joining them virtually. So they have the tech capability to do this. We have tech capability to do this. Let's make this sincere and do this for people around the world who do not feel that you guys have been honest and forthcoming in terms of answer.
It's sincere to have them face to face because then you can get body language, eye contact, different measures to indicate whether someone is lying or telling the truth. Naturally, we have some sort of physiological response when we're lying and when we're telling the truth. Only a true narcissist somehow believes that they don't give off anything to indicate that they're lying. I can tell when Candace is off script, let alone when she's lying. So they said, go and see them in person, Candace. That's sincere. Not just throwing you on a virtual link. And if had they even suggested that to begin with, she would be whining and complaining about that. Once again, it's a no-win situation with her. So why cater to her tantrum? Let's say they started off with saying, you can remote in virtually. We'll send you a link. She will still have a problem with that. Then she'll be saying, well, why can't you all just invite me in person? It's a PR stunt. For you, Candace, it's a PR stunt. For them, it's like one step closer to a lawsuit. And I hope they do a class action lawsuit. Can't make this up.
That you could obviously supply regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination. Well, if we needed any more evidence that nothing that they do is genuine and that this was an obvious planned PR move, here is what Blake tweeted out just now before we went live on the show. Yesterday, we made it clear that we would be scheduling a formal response to allegations and accusations that you have made. We have decided that that response will be delivered during a live stream, as he said, a live stream on December 15th. Thank you for your response, letting us know that you will not be joining the in-person conversation. We will be proceeding without you. Why are you proceeding without me to have a conversation?
Because they don't owe you that. They said you can come in person because I believe that's more sincere. That way, people can look you dead in your eyes when you decide to lie to them and double down about Turning Point USA being a fraud or something along the lines of an Enron. Yeah, now they can face you head on and then present the evidence to you directly in person. That way you can't say anything is forged or made up or fake. If it's documentation, some papers or something, they can actually hand you a copy of it and you can look at this stuff for yourself, put the documentation evidence in your hand, and you can't say something was proctored. Even though she's still going to say that. She's going to come up with some excuse to keep the nonsense lingering on until eternity. It's always going to be a problem one way or the other. They don't have to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's just as simple. Either you're going in person or they're going to proceed without you. That's it. Just like with the Macrones. The Macrones didn't have to give her an interview just to send her evidence and documentation to correct the record and to debunk her lies. She presented zero scientific evidence to prove someone was born a man. They did not owe you an interview, Candace. But they sent the evidence so that they can show that you still went back and lied with malice intent. You did it with a reckless disregard of the truth. They have to be able to show they put out the evidence. They debunked you. They put out documentation. They said you're lying. They're responding to you in a way to where they can say, Your Honor, we did our due diligence. We set up an entire live stream. We went through all the lies she's told. We produced evidence to prove that it's a lie, or we showed that the lack of evidence proved that it is a lie. And she still went out and kept defaming us and lying on us. Lying about tax deadlines when she didn't even look at the IRS website for that. Simple things she can actually research herself. So, Candace, I know that goes over your head because you're not that bright, girl. You're not. This is a PR stunt for you. To them, it's defamation. And they're handling it the way they need to handle it if it comes down to it. I don't agree with that they should be having her come out face to face. Like I said, you're going to walk away and all she's going to do is just interrupt and overspeak and say gibberish and nonsense that's going to be very combative. And who knows what happens in person. But either way, she will not be satisfied with anything unless it's directly what she says, because she's a narcissist. She's not going to be happy either way. So they offered it. You gave all this pushback. They're saying they're going to proceed without you. They're not going to sit here and let you dictate how they operate with this. Unbelievable. The narcissism for me, Candace.
That is about me. Why am I getting 24 hours to respond? Why do you need me there in person if you
It's
are
not about
trying to
you.
be
It's about the
sincere
lies
and
you
answer
told.
the very many questions that I have brought up on the show? You guys weren't even sincere in what you said yesterday. You told some glaring lies about things that I have said. So we're supposed to trust that you guys are going to handle this discussion all by yourselves and respond to any and every allegation. And this isn't just some planned PR for once and for all. Like I said, this is so obvious. He is being completely destroyed in the comments because what's happening at Turning Point, and I've seen this happen before, is they now believe that they are smarter than their audience, right? They think they are smarter than their small pocket donors. They can pull such an obviously crappy public move like this and pretend, well, we tried. We tried.
Yeah, just like how this video could be used against you in the court of law if they decide to sue your ass. This would just be one more added exhibit. You know, because they tried to get you in person. You said, I have school and I have to teach my 4-year-old something and I can't do it. Like they don't have a daddy. You're making up an excuse for something that it does not involve you. You could be anyone, Candace. Just in case this is going over her head and everybody, the candy ass's heads. Candace Owens could be anyone telling the same lies, and they probably would do the same thing. This is not about Candace. It's about the lies that are being told. Whether the lies are coming from Candace, which most of them are. She's the only one saying all this nonsense. But if they were lies coming from someone else, they would still do the same thing and invite that other person to come in person, to have an open debate, to ask questions. So, no, this is not about Candace Owens directly. This is about the nonsense that she's putting out there. And she has a large platform and a large reach. And they're trying to do things in a way to where they can still say, listen, we still try to give her the respect, that she deserves for being somebody's friend. She's not really being a good friend. But she claims she was Charlie Skirt's best friend. Whatever. But either way, they're at least trying to extend the olive branch to say, come out in person because you used to work for Turning Point and because you used to be good friends with Charlie. That's it. It's that simple. Yes or no? Let's get some comments in. Let's see. What's going on, Satiric? Look, I'm okay with it's not great, but I'm more worried about the safety of Juice 33 murdered on the streets of the West since October 7th. I'm concerned about anyone's safety she goes out of Target. That would include Jewish conservatives. 3 of them caught death threats online. Man's in jail. And he listened to a neo-Nazi and Candace Owens. What's going on, S-Files? You up in here? Shout out to my mom. Did I miss S-Files? Shout out to you. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Surfer Boy said TPUSA does love the poorly educated like the dear leader said he loved too. Okay. I want to make sure I'm not reading it wrong. Melanie said, guess what, Candy? You just made me go and do it. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Melanie? I want to make sure I'm saying your name right. You just made me go and do it. You can't make this up. Yuck said, Satiric, you're not alone. We stand for the truth and what's right. I'm honestly working these YouTube comments and lives to combat Israel, and you hate Islam is the enemy. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. Let's see. Is it Macy's Fact? Mackey's Facts? They offered her an invitation with a time limit of 24 hours in the middle of the night. By the time she found out, it's gone. No, she said she was in 9 hours of that. Candace could have just said yes or no. Yeah, let me ask y'all something. Candace has what? At least $10 good million in cash, I'm sure. Valued at 244 million with George Farmer, aka the Boys Club. And she has the financial means to be able to just, between George and a nanny or a tutor, get the kids situated. And between now and December 15th, she can stop crying about it and just go out there and make plans to do it. She doesn't work for some employer where she has to take time off. So she could easily arrange plans and go out there. It's not going to stop them from producing their evidence so that they can just have it on the record, because that's my discernment. Otherwise, they can continue to ignore her and not say anything. There's a specific purpose and reason that they are actually doing this. I just wish they would have legal representation sitting on the panel with them, or somewhere, on the side, so that she can understand they're not playing with her ass. Maybe have, an attorney or two just kind of, to the side, making sure that they're following the law when it comes to proving malice intent. This is their good faith effort. She came up with some nonsense. She's got a homeschool, blah, blah, blah. Okay, the answer's no then. They're not going to keep extending that. They're not working around her schedule. They don't owe her that. So, it's the narcissism for me. Rockster said, "What lies?" I don't know if you're talking to me or Candace, but all right. Danny said, "Correct, making her bones trying to knock down Candace is only nonsense to you." Let's see here. Don't stop. What's going on? Don't stop. George's birthday's supposed to be December on the day of Turning Point USA meeting. If that's the case, then why don't she just say, and this is so crazy. Candace, you could easily just say, I will be celebrating my husband's birthday. That's going to be the last day of the show. I've got kids, but maybe I can fly out and then, do an hour or so, not the whole duration. Or just come and just be there for the, debunking session. And then once that part is done, then you can head out. They've already said what the itinerary is going to be. So if that's the case, and that's a good point, if it's her husband's birthday, wouldn't that be a better reason to say no, I can't go because it's George's birthday that weekend? She's saying everything but that. Anybody can look up right quick with his date of birth. Let me Google it right quick. When is George Farmer's date of birth? Date of birth. Because I just want to verify this. Yeah, it's December 15th. Candace, why don't you just say that's the day of my husband's birthday? Did she ever even post that up? It's his birthday. So just tell them that. Just say, hey, in case you all didn't know or you forgot, December 15th is my husband's birthday. So for that reason, I can't go. That's more understandable than all this nonsense and this fluff and all this BS she's talking about here. It's very simple. My husband's birthday is that day. I'll be celebrating with him. The end. Why go through all this? This is her PR stunt. She's doing this for views. She's making an issue that should not even have to exist because she's failing to at least use a feasible, logical justification here. You have a good excuse, Candace. Your husband's birthday. I don't expect you to put that over your own husband. And Boys Club can figure it out. But if this is the only opportunity that they're going to give, it is what it is. Whether they knew it was his birthday or not is irrelevant. But she could just say no because it's his birthday. Why not say that? You can't make this up. All right, y'all, let's get back to it. His birthday is December 15th.
You know, she said she could make it work and we tried, but it has to be physically, she needs to be in person, even though we have shown that we have people join us not in person and it's live streamed and we both have the tech abilities to do that. If she doesn't make this work within 24 hours, we can now say that it's on Candace. This is a disaster, okay? It is a dumpster
No, it's not.
fire. That's the only way to describe what is happening at Turning Point USA today and right now is a dumpster fire. Everyone can read this for what it is. As I said, they're getting destroyed in the comments. Like, really, guys? Really? You're not going to just send...
Candace, you sending your bots and your cult members after someone in the comment section is a moot point. It's irrelevant. You could have said, it's my husband's birthday. I can't make it. I'm going to be celebrating with him and my kids for my husband's birthday. Thank you for the offer. The end. No, you got to be an asshole and a narcissist about this.
Us a simple live stream link and let us join you. We've had people on this show live streamed. We could have them tomorrow. I said, in response, I said to them, I'll make this work. I also attached to that tweet any day leading up to the 15th. We can do this virtually any place and any time. But no, they need to have it in person in Phoenix on December 15th.
That's not what she said, though. She didn't say virtually any place, anytime. Because if it's virtual, then why does the location matter? Why say anywhere or any place if it's virtual? She is literally contradicting herself. She did not specifically say virtually anytime, any place, anywhere. And you wouldn't need to if you were talking about it being virtual. You would just say anytime. You can do the live stream with the link from your home. So it won't matter where you're located. This is the nonsense she's not thinking about here. She talks about having logic and wisdom. No, she doesn't. And yet, we still have yet to hear her say, December 15th is my husband's birthday.
It cannot have me at all. Is that passing the vibe check for you guys? Or does it seem like more posturing and more of a way for them to simply be in the room with themselves as they all lie without any person in the room to be able to fact check those lies, who have researched those lies and who have kept a list regarding the very many lies they are telling, okay? I maintain that Turning Point is engaged in a cover-up. That is how I feel, okay? And like I said, it pains me to say that because this was once a bright spot in the conservative movement. It is no longer. They are using left-wing tactics, calling us names rather than answering us questions. It's everything.
This ain't a left or right issue. Candace, this is an issue regarding evidence. The key word of the month in the Lady Luck Club. And because you failed to define that term. You don't produce evidence on anything. You're saying they're engaged in a cover-up without facts or evidence to prove what the cover-up is pertaining to an assassination. You're still trying to say, no, you're not trying to, she's saying it, that they're engaged in a cover-up regarding an assassination, which is a crime. Murder, Candace. You're saying they're covering up for a murder of Charlie Kirk. Once again, that would not fly in court. She doesn't even have evidence that would even have social media, at least more convinced about it. She damn sure wouldn't be able to present it in court in either a civil or criminal matter. She wouldn't be able to prove any of that because she doesn't have any evidence.
Charlie stood against, okay? You don't need to call somebody a racist because they're asking questions about what happened with George Floyd leading up to his death, okay? That is a way that you skip over having to debate logically is you name call. All Blake Neff did was name call yesterday. All the pastors have been doing, it's demonic, it's possessed, it's evil. How about you simply answer the questions and stop behaving like you're a radical?
She said Rob McCoy was evil. How many times did she refer to Rob and Mikey McCoy and everybody else in between as evil? Calling them the enemy? Saying that they need to be attacked? Oh, the comment section is eating him up. No, they don't care about the comments. Because the comments don't dictate when they schedule this live stream to debunk you, Candace. Comments don't dictate that. They have no power. They still have the right to schedule any live stream they want to schedule to debunk you. This isn't a PR stunt. And Since you want to be big, bad, and bold about it, Candace, why don't you make sure you repeat that in court? They need to hurry up and file a lawsuit if that's what they're trying to do.
Leftist. Everyone can see what you're doing. That's what I want you guys to know. It's very clear, okay? I'm not asking people to defend me. You are just genuinely this transparent. So I am sorry that I cannot arrive in person because it's our last week on air before the holidays. I am still very happy, and I will say it again, to make that date and time and place because I'm here and we have the technological.
Yeah, never mind George's birthday. It's George's birthday. It's her husband's birthday. Boys Club, what the hell your wife doing? George, why is it that she didn't even acknowledge your birthday on December 15th? Perhaps you should have a conversation with her about this. If you can find some time to leave a boys club and actually sit down and ask Candace, why didn't you just say it's my birthday? So she's willing to still ignore him on his birthday to do a live stream with a link and virtually. Either way, it's taking time away from her husband. Why would you want to do either option if it's his birthday? You can't make this up. She won't even acknowledge that.
Abilities to make it so, make it work. We can move it around and we can do it even at midnight. I will stay awake and I will make that work for you at midnight, anytime. Just send me a link. No. In the meantime, we are just going to start investigating harder because you're not acting right, okay? You guys are not acting right, and you are not going to be able to get yourselves out of it by trying to be tricky like that. And like I said, the fact that you mentioned the Egyptian planes so many times yesterday without providing a valid answer or reason as to why we should just ignore military planes that are circulating that don't belong to our country, we're going to stay focused on that. And guess what? We have some more explosive revelations, which lead to more questions, which should be answered. And by the way, Turning Point, you should be concerned about. How odd, guys, that they're not concerned about the Egyptian planes. They don't even know how to feign concern. They don't even know how to sell to us in their best acting that they care about what transpired on that day. If you wanted to act like you cared, you would go, yeah, no, that is actually weird. I wonder what those planes are about. Instead, they're like, ha, ha, ha.
We know, Candace, they were supposed to be military subcontractors. So you mean to tell me that planes coming from another country can't land in the United States of America? Someone alert George Farmer. We need to put Great Britain on alert to ensure that if George Farmer's relatives or even Candace and George themselves go to the UK or vice versa, that we need eyes on that plane. Because, if for some reason planes from other countries can't land in the US, never mind the fact that they're military subcontractors and she has not named anyone on that plane to be having been pointed out at the actual campus to try to make any connection to that. All we're hearing is a plane landed on U.S. soil from Egypt. That's it. Nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. There's nothing to feel when it's irrelevant. You can't make this up. Oh, they're going to tear your ass up in court, Candace. The moment she get on that bench to have to testify, they're going to rip her to shreds.
Egyptian planes. What we've had to endure this crazy talk about these Egyptian planes. You should be concerned.
We don't care.
And I'm going to give more cause for concern, okay? Because as you guys will recall, 2 Egyptian planes, got it. For the sake of ease, we've labeled one blue, that's SUBND, which was the one that was transponding on the ground at Duncan Aviation on the day of Charlie's assassination, but it did not go anywhere. And then, of course, our now infamous yellow plane that carried on to Delaware, Wilmington, Delaware that morning, and has seemingly panicked the world, right?
She said it, but did it not go anywhere? Wait, what?
Cause for concern, okay? Because as you guys will recall, 2 Egyptian planes, got it. For the sake of ease, we've labeled one blue, that's SUBND, which was the one that was transponding on the ground at Duncan Aviation on the day of Charlie's assassination, but it did not go anywhere. And then, of course, our now...
But it didn't go anywhere? So the plane didn't go anywhere? You can't make this up. The plane didn't go anywhere? Is she for real? Do y'all see this? You can't make this up. You see this? But it did not go anywhere. So if the plane didn't go anywhere, why are you talking about it? What do you mean it didn't go anywhere? What the hell? Does she even know what she's saying? You can't make this up. They never tell her where his grave is. They better not. Oh my God. She would turn that into a PR stunt. Candace hasn't even taken the time to go to the actual campus herself while she was sitting here talking about communistic bees and underground tunnels and dumb that no one even thought twice about because it's stupid and it doesn't line up with any evidence. You would think she would go to the campus to find these underground tunnels. She's the one that's alleging that these tunnels exist. Why not go see for yourself, Candace? You hypocrite. Why not go to the campus and go underground and see if there are underground tunnels? You can find that on your own in person. That's not something that people have to debate back and forth with Candace over. She could simply fly her ass out to the UVU campus and just see if there are underground tunnels. You can't make this up. Oh my good Lord. The planes did not go anywhere. Candace Owens has lost her. Is it her mind? Shout out to you, Callie. Oh my God, you can't make this up. Candace is raging. I know, right? The tantrum is turning into panic mode. What a blessing for a lawsuit. Yep. You have on 2.0. She's not on 2.0. She's on 1.35. It's too fast. I slow it down to 1.3 because I just can't give her. I have to hear her speak fast because she's just kind of going in and saying a bunch of nothing. Yeah, I just slow it down a little bit. How about that? We'll slow it down to 1.25. There you go. I can't listen to this at normal speed. It's gonna drive me nuts.
And then, of course, our now infamous yellow plane that carried on Delaware, Wilmington, Delaware that morning, and has
still didn't place it at the actual campus. So the planes never landed at the campus. No one on those planes was spotted at the campus. No one on those planes was spotted on the campus with a gun in their hands. Why do we care about the planes then? Unless Tyler James Roberts, I said this yesterday, unless he parachuted out of one of those planes, the yellow one sounds like, because the blue one didn't go anywhere. So unless he fell down to the ceiling or to the rooftop of that building from that yellow plane, why do we care? We don't. It's irrelevant. You're saying this plane went back to Wilmington, Delaware? You understand that's not UVU campus? If you're bringing these planes up, obviously you have to connect and tie it into the actual assassination of Charlie Kirk on that campus. She has no idea what the goal was, even with them flying into the U.S. A joint military operations is standard. That's not a foreign concept. You can't make this up. And if there's military subcontractors, they're here to do a job. She has no idea why they were even here to begin with. And guess what, Candace? There's certain things that's just a matter of national security. They're not going to tell you because you're not entitled to know. They'll let you think whatever you want to think, because what we have not heard back from are any of those passengers on those planes either. And just because she claimed she talked to one of the people on the plane or someone that knew about the planes is irrelevant, because she lies like hell. She also said a French high-ranking government employee called her talking about payments being made to a club from the Macrons with no evidence. I don't care what she says. I care about what she puts up as evidence, and she has not done that.
Seemingly panicked the world, right? I'm reminding you that flight from Provo to Delaware on the yellow plane had only 4 people on board. Okay, so that plane pretty much emptied out and then had only 4 people, one of which was a foreign dignitary. Now, One of those individuals I can confirm was using the name. And when I say using the name, we are dealing with governments, we are dealing with power, and these people.
Show the evidence on it. You can't confirm anything without documentation. What's the proof on this? Once again, we don't go on because Candace said so. That's not a defense. Candace, I dare you to say that when you go to court. Well, Your Honor, I vetted this and I said that it was, legit because I personally, you know, I, I, I I confirmed it myself. Okay, how did you do that? Where's the evidence on this? You have to have corroborating evidence. She won't be able to produce it. This is why she's scared of the lawsuits. Because she knows the moment she gets under oath, they're going to go after her for perjury. Candace, you can't stop lying to save your life. Post the evidence up or it's not true. That's it.
Was using the name. And when I say using the name, we are dealing with governments, we are dealing with power, and these people just print passports, okay? These are obviously dead ends. But the name that one of those individuals was using is Walid Mahmoud, okay? Walid Mahmoud. So we now know that of the 4 people that flew to Delaware, someone flew using the name Walid Mahmoud, okay? Here is where it's going to get interesting. And I don't know if we can show that name, Chris, if we have that.
What did she use to confirm that that was not his real name? And even if, let's say, they have pseudonames, if they're a part of the military, maybe they have some sort of, operative mission going on here. Well, once again, could be a matter of national security. And because people like you aren't smart enough to figure out what national security really means, they have to go out and use these pseudonyms. I mean, this is asinine. Was this Mossad person at the UVU campus? Did he pull the trigger, Candace? Are you going to show evidence that this person you're naming was at UVU and he pulled the trigger? The hell is going on here?
But we can spell that out for them. I don't know if we have a graphic for that. But here's where it gets interesting, okay?
Walid
Mahmoud had been in Provo before, okay? Specifically, Walid Mahmoud came to Provo on May 27th of this year. Walid Mahmoud came in, and we can also confirm that if you look up the plane that he was on, there is no transponder data which reflects that trip. He was not on the yellow plane. This is what's very interesting. He was aboard another Egyptian military plane, and the tail number for that plane is SUBTU. We're going to make that the purple plane. Okay, purple plane was not there on the day of Charlie assassination, but we now have a person that was on that purple plane at the end of May, and then he is going to be on that plane again on the day of Charlie assassination, both times in Provo. And we can drop that now into our timeline. Okay.
What?
May 27th, SUBTU flies into Provo with Walid Mahmoud aboard. Maybe it's a pilot. I don't know. Then we've got it departs
you don't even know
on June 2nd, and it is not transponding. Okay. So you cannot find a record of this on flight radar. Now, why is this compelling? Why is this especially compelling? Because the purple plane, SUBTU, as has been released.
We got a purple plane. Was it Barney? Y'all, since Candace doesn't believe in dinosaurs, yeah, it sounds like Barney the dinosaur is trolling her hard, because now it's a purple plane. And how ironic is that? Barney the dinosaur is the pilot on this purple plane. Because, she doesn't even believe dinosaurs are real. So you can't make this stuff up. Candace, which personality are we dealing with right now? Did somebody go get Playboy? In Boys Club, can you tell us which personality is coming through? It's partly Boys Club's fault because he refuses to tell us all these personalities that Candace has. So we can be on alert. We all deserve the right to know these personalities that Candace shows in the house. Because it's vomiting all over social media. Is she going to remember this conversation tomorrow? Is this part of the gimmick, Candace? you put on this affront where you got multiple personalities. That way you can say, well, it wasn't me saying that, it was my alter ego. Oh, so if it's not Candace, it must be somebody named Bonquisha. You can't make this up.
Recently discovered by the work of other people, was once upon a time flown with the president of Egypt aboard. And by once upon a time, I mean back in 2023. This tweet came from Project Constitution. I'm going to read it in its entirety, okay? Confirmed. Candace Owens just got vindicated again.
Candace, a tweet does not confirm it. Who the hell is Project Constitution? How did they confirm it? Barney the dinosaur is really insulted right now. He was like, how dare you sit here and insult this purple plane? Yeah, I don't even know. It must be 3 personalities happening right now at the same time. Candace, Bonquisha, and Jennifer. I'm just, you can't make this out.
And the Egyptian government website confirms that Egyptian President El-Sisi flew on SUBTU. Remember when Candace Owens dropped that bombshell exposing that Egyptian presidential plane as the mystery bird tied to those shadowy flights? And just so you know, he's confusing BTT. He's talking about BTU. We were always talking about BTT. Well, official receipts just landed straight from the Egyptian presidency website that on April 3rd, 2000.
If he couldn't get the right plane correct in the actual post, then who can? I mean, it doesn't matter. He's talking about one plane, you're talking about another. For some reason, he is sitting here trying to corroborate something with no evidence still, and he didn't even name the right plane. This is where we are.
2023, President El-Sisi touched down in Riyadh aboard that same exact aircraft, tail number SUBTU, for a high-level sit-down with the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, okay? So BTU. And again, he's mixing it up with BTT, but we can now connect these two.
Okay, if he's mixing it up, did he correct it? Did he put up a new post where he corrected this mix-up? And then, has anyone seen a post from this Project Constitution where he corrected the mix-up? She is talking about a different plane than what's in the post. So you expect this to be confirmed? No, that's not a confirmation. When you and then this Project Constitution, I don't know if it's a person, a group, whatever, don't care. You and Project Constitution aren't even speaking about the same damn plane. So how did you verify any of this? What evidence? He couldn't even get the actual correct plane correct in this post. He's talking, you saying BTT, he's saying BTU. How much research did he do if he's naming the wrong plane? That makes it less credible, even more than what it already is. That's not credible. That's not verifying anything. You know, they're operating on this, you know, because we said so type of situation. Candace, that only works on your cult members. That does not work on the rest of society that chooses to use a brain. That just works on your cult members and the bots, you know, because bots don't care either way. But you can't pull the stunt on everyone else that's thinking logical. You still haven't produced any evidence. You can't make this up. Now they're not even talking about the same damn plane.
Planes. Now, before you jump to conclusions and go, well, does this solve this? Does this mean that this was the Egyptian president on board? No, we can actually officially rule out that it was President El-Sisi that was aboard the jet on September 10th because he was photographed at a meeting with the Prime Minister of Tunisia, Sarah Zafrani, and it was in Egypt. We can also rule him out as having been the individual that was in Provo back in May because he was, again, photographed multiple times throughout that week in Egypt.
So she didn't do this research ahead of time before she insinuated he was on the plane? Is this what I'm hearing? Candace, you don't research after the fact. You're sitting here pulling up information after the fact, after you've already made statements that prove that you did not do any research on it. And then when you do, it's after you've made the statements. If she insinuated he was on the plane, why didn't she verify that first before she put it out there? That way you can avoid all of this altogether. Candace Spears is a bitter woman. This is ridiculous. Y'all, you got, oh Lord, Bonquisha, Jennifer, Candace. We're just naming all the personalities right now. We're giving them names.
Okay. What we can, however, deduce is that Walid Mahmoud is therefore not the president of Egypt, but he is almost certainly well acquainted with the president of Egypt, because planes that fly presidents around, military planes, you're not going to just, let just some random wealthy Egyptian aboard your jet, right? This person is going to be well acquainted with the president of Egypt. Okay. So who is Walid?
But these planes were not the president's planes. Didn't she say they were military air? Yes, she did, because I actually did a snippet. Candace, you said these planes were military aircraft. That is what you said. What the hell? You really think that the president of Egypt doesn't have his own presidential plane? Has anyone ever seen Trump just flying around to and fro, casually on military aircraft like that? Air Force One is the presidential plane. Doesn't matter who's the president. What in the hell? Now she's saying these are not military aircraft? Candace, no one should be this confused at this blah, blah, blah you giving us.
Officially rule out that it was President El-Sisi that was aboard the jet on September 10th, because he was photographed at a meeting with the Prime Minister of Tunisia, Sarah Zafrani, and it was in Egypt. We can also rule him out as having been the individual that was in Provo back in May, because he was again photographed multiple times throughout that week in Egypt. Okay. What we can, however, deduce is that Walid Mahmoud is therefore not the president of Egypt, but he is almost certainly well acquainted with the president of Egypt, because planes that fly presidents around, military planes, are not going to just, let just some random.
But you're saying they're military planes, but they're not always military planes. The plane that flies our president around is called Air Force One. This is ridiculous. Is she not aware there's a difference? You can't make this up. Francisca said, "Truth hurts. Good for you. Hope she knows you exist, because you might need to donate her to her GoFundMe when the Frenchies take her money." Oh, good Lord. Her show, her ways. Yeah. I know anyone trying to tell me how to run this over here. Child boo. I already told you candy asses and bots, y'all don't have no power over here. None. Besides, some of your comments, most of their comments I've seen at least 6 times this week. It's like they have multiple profiles and they're just copying and pasting from all of these profiles they got. We're seeing the same comments. She's sitting here talking, man, you can't make this up.
Walid Mahmoud. That is the question that we are left with. Now, again, maybe Walid is the pilot. That could make sense. But what was he or she doing in Provo at the end of May and into early June? These are questions and honestly concerns that.
No, we don't care, because the assassination occurred September 10th. Not in June. Why do we care about any other time they were here, Candace? May and June? We don't care. Charlie Kirk was shot on September 10th. Once again, proof that she can't even name or post up a photo of another possible shooter. The planes didn't land anywhere on the campus at all. None of those people she's sitting here talking about were even spotted at the UVU event. So what the hell?
Into early June. These are questions and honestly concerns that shouldn't be expressed by me. It should be expressed by every single person at Turning Point USA who is interested in getting to the bottom of who assassinated Charlie Kirk. It should be expressed by our government. It should be expressed by the Pentagon and their giggly press secretary and press members. We should be asking this question. Instead, we're just being gaslit. Everything was so above board.
Did she not just ask the question, Candace? You already asked it. Everybody's not asking that question, but you've already asked it. I mean, how many more times do you need to ask it? It's so stupid. You're not even putting it together yourself. You're researching information after the fact, and you're just not figuring out who the Egyptian president is. This is absolutely insane.
On the day of Charlie's assassination that they just can't answer anything. They just cannot answer a single question that we have, and they can't explain why they keep getting caught in little lies. They can't explain that. We're just all ridiculous.
They don't care.
And we're harming Charlie's legacy by doing the very thing that Charlie was doing when he died, right? He is responding to questions. He literally died answering questions from people.
On September 10th, not May or June. Once again, objection irrelevant. That's how that's going to go for you, Candace. Objection irrelevant. You might want to get familiar with that now because you're going to hear the hell out of that when you go to court. Objection irrelevant.
People that disagreed with him. And they're now trying to invert reality and make it seem as though asking uncomfortable questions is not something that Charlie would have done. Pointedly ridiculous. And again, ever so transparent. Anyways, I don't think they're going to be laughing long because I do think that we are getting close. We're going to take a brief break and get to some sponsors.
You can't.
All right, guys, this holiday season.
Nope.
Nope. That I trust to take.
Nope.
Healthier liver enzyme.
Nope.
I've made that clear. And we do not.
I know.
Here anytime. Okay. Just send me a link and we will appear virtually, which is entirely plausible. This is something that we desperately.
She's just not saying virtually. Has she said anything about George's birthday? Has she said anything about that?
If you want to make this work, we can do this today. We can do this tonight. We can do this at 1 a.m. We can do this tomorrow, the next day. We can do this through the end of the year. Anytime. Okay.
No.
Just send me a link and we will appear virtually, which is entirely plausible. This is something that we desperately want. We are incredibly committed and sincere in wanting to get answers. We do not believe the official narrative. I've made that clear. And we do not understand why you guys.
Who is we? Because so far, Candace, we understand is you and your cult. Who else are you including in this? I'm just, we're trying to figure out these pronouns you keep using where you're not being specific. Who the hell is we? You make statements like you're doing something on behalf of planet Earth. No, you're not. You're doing this for yourself. This is why they should have never even responded to her. If they wanted to schedule something like that, they should have just scheduled it and just did it. Not put it out there to try to give her an open invite. It is absolutely irrelevant. She is not going to accept anything they say regardless. She's already expressed she doesn't care about the investigation. And she cannot even connect these planes to the actual shooting. She's talking about May and June. Charlie Kirk was shot in September. Why would I care about what happened 3 months prior to a break-in if I can't even make the connection of the person that was around my house 3-4 months ago somehow has to be connected to a break-in that occurred? But yeah, I cannot connect that person to the break-in that occurred 3 months after they were seen in my neighborhood. Because that's not how that works. You get someone show up in your neighborhood back in March, but you end up having a burglar come in September. Okay, if you can't prove that it's the same person and connect that dot, then I don't care who was in the neighborhoods in March. I want to know if that person is the same person that broke into the house. Otherwise, it's a moot point. Objection irrelevant.
Seem to be trying to protect the official narrative as opposed to joining us in prodding it. Okay. I am just saying how the entire world feels. I'm giving voice to how the entire world feels outside of your donor class. Anyways, it's pretty obvious the call went out. Again, this was some sort of a PR maneuver.
Outside of her coat.
That's why they're sending out Cam Higbee. They're laughing at everything that we say, everything that we do. That's kind of their new shtick is like, we're the cool kids. We're just going to laugh at you, trying desperately right now clearly to turn my very real claim that the country of France tried to assassinate me into a joke. The Zio influencers are supposed to influence people into thinking that that is just so crazy and funny. It's so funny. And hopefully with enough of them going out and making videos and peddling the same talking points and trying to turn it into like a cultural joke, you're supposed to ignore the fact that, hey, isn't it kind of strange that neither the White House or the Elysee Palace or even the so funny. And hopefully with enough of them going out and making
I gotta go back.
right now clearly to turn my very real claim that the country of France tried to assassinate me.
She's not saying that as an opinion. She is saying this as a matter of a fact. And the average reasonable listener that is not her cult member would look at this and take this as she is saying as a fact that the country of France tried to assassinate her with no evidence at all. She won't even file a formal FBI complaint and post confirmation that she filed it. The confirmation wouldn't even show any personal identifiable information. It would just say your complaint, your inquiry has been received. Something to that extent. It's very simple. It doesn't show even the name. You can be anonymous and file a complaint to the FBI. So the confirmation you get simply just confirms that your complaint or your inquiry has been submitted online. She sent a text message to a high-ranking FBI agent and won't even post the text message. And then she can't even say anything about these payments from Club to Sign, claiming there's a paper trail, but you didn't get the paper trail, Candace. You are bad at this, girl. You're bad at this. And this is a snip. I gotta snip this. This is why she's in court. She's saying they tried to assassinate her. No, they didn't. Oh, they're gonna sue her so bad. Oh man. Watch out. Candace, you're gonna piss off the judge too. I hope you know that. The judge is gonna be like, what evidence do you have to prove that they assassinated you? They're trying to assassinate you. Where's your evidence? Oh, she's gonna piss off the judge.
Into a joke. The Zio influencers are supposed to influence people into thinking that that is just so crazy and funny. It's so funny. And hopefully with enough of them going out and making videos and peddling the same talking points and trying to turn it into like a cultural joke, you're supposed to ignore the fact that, hey, isn't it kind of strange that neither the White House or the Elysee Palace or even the United States Pentagon has formally denied this quote unquote crazy claim? That's what Hollywood's for, right? You, all of you at home, all across the world, you're supposed to be fat and dumb and easily influenced by celebrities. Because, like, don't you have any famous friends? Does Candace even have any famous friends? Like, don't you want to be cool? You want to hang out with famous people? Famous people say that assassination attempt is just funny. That's just like an SNL bit. Anyways, the always relatable Ben Shapiro is trying his luck at humor as well regarding my assassination attempt. He appeared on Greg Gutfeld's show and he decided to promote.
You can't make this stuff up. Candace, the more you say it, the more you're proving that you're making these false allegations with a reckless disregard of the truth. Because you're bad at this and you don't care about the rule of law, nor do you understand how court works or laws or anything like that. Reading the number 9, letter N, like you don't get any of that. You are literally hammering down on this false allegation with no evidence. Where are those payments from Club Descent? Where's the paper trail? Didn't she stick out her cultists in France to get that evidence? You know, because somehow she can't do it. She can't call that French employee back and say, hey, can you email me those transactions? For some reason, she can't do that. Because reasons. And claims to be some sort of an investigative something. No, it's impersonating. Basic stuff.
Promote his appearance with a little jab. Take a listen to Ben.
As you can see, I'm sitting in Greg Gutfeld's seat. But why, you ask, would this be happening? The answer is I called French intelligence, and something may or may not have happened to Greg.
It's hilarious. Laughing about actual violence is apparently hilarious, so long as it comes through in the context of humor. All is fair in love and laughs. And Greg Gutfeld, after all, is a comedian, so they're not being tribal at all. They're just being funny. Remember, I don't make these rules; I just follow them. And so I'd like to show you another comedian from my tribe. His name is Ace Smart, and he's going to make a funny too. And remember, it's never violent as long as we're telling jokes and it's said in front of a comedian. Take it away, Ace Smart.
No one in the United States should be retiring at 65 years old. Frankly, I think retirement itself is a stupid idea unless you have some sort of health problem.
I wonder if I slap the out you, would that be anti-Semitic? Because I don't want to be anti-Semitic. I just want to slap the out you. Shut the up. I'm so sick of you cornball ass trying to stay relevant in front of that podcast equipment. Shut the up. You want us to go to work and grind for the rest of our life while you sit in front of the thing and sound and tell us, shut the up. I speak for everybody that ever woke up on a Monday morning. Shut the up.
Passionate, hilarious.
So you show us someone else that needs to be crying on a couch 3 days a week, and you expect us to be credible? Candace, where's the evidence that they tried to assassinate you? You said there were payments from Club Descent. I think I saw someone ask Club who? Let me type it in the chat. This came from her post. Club Descent. That's it. We even went over that in a previous video about the fact that there are two different types. One dealing with gastronomy, the other dealing with cycling. So let's just say we're going with the first one with gastronomy. Club Descent means a club of 100. It is exactly 100 people in this club that enjoys a meal and wine. And they turn food into a science. They're like the French version of Alton Brown on Good Eats. And she's saying that the French president paid that club money to assassinate her with no evidence. And someone told her this in a phone call. We don't know who that person is, if they even exist. It could be another personality here. So now we got to name another personality. We got Candace, Bonquisha, Jennifer. Now we have Croissant. Because shout out to Croissant. So we got a Croissant. We got another personality we've named. We don't even know if this person is real. And she claimed that she got a call that the Macrons, that the French president was paying this club money to assassinate her, which in her post, she said, which means there's a paper trail. But she didn't get the paper trail herself. She didn't ask that person on the phone, can you email me this information? Because otherwise, I can't use that. I have to have proof if I'm going to say someone is trying to assassinate me. She's just throwing it out there. Candace, go to court. They're suing you. And at this rate, they're going to win. You're digging this hole for yourself. You're not saying this as a question or your opinion. You literally said they tried to assassinate me. No evidence. Defamation is not protected free speech under the First Amendment. You can't make this up. Hey, Linda Walker, shout out to you. Having worked in the Pentagon government, Patel already knows the threat is bogus. Exactly. She won't even tell us who the FBI agent is she sent the text message to. Won't even give us a job title. Won't show any proof that she filed a formal complaint. She admitted that she did not send a formal, email complaint. No, it's not an email. It's a complaint. It's a website you can go online and file the formal complaint online. She can't even name that website because she's made no attempt to report this to the FBI. Candace, I dare you to do it. I dare you to file that FBI complaint. I dare you. I'm just, we're here for it. Go ahead and do it, Candace. File that FBI complaint. File it formally. Go ahead and do it. and say that the Macrons are trying to assassinate me. Yeah, please do that. Just so they can ask, what evidence do you have? And then after watching your videos where you keep saying this over and over again with a reckless disregard for the truth, yeah, they can hem your ass up. You're not giving them your opinion. That's not a true legitimate concern when you're not doing anything to actually try to protect yourself. I hope you enjoyed your trip to Dollywood, girl.
Relatable. It's funny. As long as it's a joke, it's funny, right? French people colluding to assassinate people is very funny. French intelligence.
Once again, you're making this actual allegation.
Anyways, more to this PR effort to, I don't know, suspend rational thinking, I think.
That's not right.
Maybe they have worked so hard to poison us over decades and to dumb us down in the classroom that they're testing, they're seeing.
Candace, let me tell you something. You don't need anyone's help to dumb you down. You're doing this on your own. And your coat. You got a whole coat that don't even think on your level. They're not even coming up with anything on their own. They're just parroting what you say. They're not even thinking. It's like a hive mindset. They just regurgitate whatever you say, and that's it. You sitting here talking about it, trying to poison us over decades and to dumb us down. Girl, they don't have to dumb you down. You got that covered on your own, girl.
Down in the classroom that they're testing, they're seeing right now, if they just keep repeating things over and over again, if we will just suspend our rational thinking altogether and follow them. I think that's it. That's what it must be. And Frank Turek has come out and he's telling us that Blake Neff, we should, even though he seems very insincere, you should know that Charlie told Frank, that actually Blake Neff is the smartest man that he knows. Trust the science. Take a listen.
The night before Charlie was murdered, and I'm not just saying this, but I went into his office. This was after we had a meeting. You were in the meeting, Blake, me, you, Charlie, and some other folks. And he was going to dinner. And he said, hey, you're going to dinner with Blake and Danny. He said, Blake is my secret weapon. He's the smartest man I know. And he loved you. And for anybody to suggest, whether it's Candace Owens or any other person within TPUSA was somehow complicit in his murder, is to say that Charlie Kirk was such a bad judge of character that he put a bunch of traitors around him. If there's anything I knew about Charlie Kirk, is he knew how to spot talent and
yeah, because for some reason he thought that Candace Owens was someone credible. So let's say this. Let's just say Charlie Kirk was capable of making a mistake. Sometimes you miss the mark because people like this, Candace, puts on a mask, because she's not of this earth. She puts on a mask and pretends so hard to where she believes this delusion. She believes this alternate reality in her mind exists. And she can fake the funk because she's going to go out and say, I didn't say that. I didn't do that. Because one of these personalities are kicking in and she has no idea who's taking the wheel. This is insane. So if she have said and agreed that he is an excellent judge of character, then why is she questioning everyone else that he put around him, including his security detail, for 8 years? They worked for him for 8 years. They were not brand new. 8 years. You don't have the same security detail for 8 years if you don't trust them. And here she is talking about someone trying to assassinate her with no evidence. This is insane. So either Charlie Kirk had a good judge of character the majority of the time, because Candace is that exception, or he just had a bad judge of character altogether. But it can't be both. Because if she's saying everyone else is bad except her, Candace, everyone is not lying on you. 8 million people or more saying that you're lying. And you're sitting here not taking any accountability for you making these false defamatory allegations against individuals and whole organizations at the same time. Let's not forget the relentless attacks on Rob McCoy, knowing she would never do that if Charlie Kirk was still alive. She would never go for that man's pastor if he was still here, alive and well and breathing. Because she knows he would have chewed her out about it. Need I remind you all that Charlie Kirk himself referred to people like Candace Owens as brain rot? That ought to give you an idea of how close they really were before he died. And all she could talk about is he was supposed to have a reunion with me on stage. And now all of a sudden, somebody shot him. We can't do this reunion. She's just soulless and heartless about this whole thing.
Integrity and people that wanted to make a difference for the Lord and the country.
It's all just so unconvincing and emotionally manipulative. It's so obvious. Like Charlie said that Blake Neff was the smartest person in the world. So you should just accept that. Okay. And that's what he told me. By the way, he had a very busy night before. He told Josh Hammer that his book was the greatest thing and everyone should buy Josh Hammer's book. He had that meeting. They had a meeting with Frank Turk and he was like, Blake Neff is the smartest person and nobody should question Blake Neff. It was a lot. Like they're telling us everything he said the night before, except for when he texted you guys and said that he thought they were going to kill him. Can we get to that part? Okay. We get it. Mikey's amazing.
Did she ever post up the text herself? Let me ask this. Is there a text that she has posted up that said or reflects Charlie said someone is going to kill him? Because it sounds like she wants them to post this text up. But if the text message doesn't exist, then what is there to post? She's never said, she said nope. So she's never posted up this text message her damn self, right? She wants them to prove her right. Once again, Candace, they don't owe you a damn thing, heifer. They don't owe you anything. If the text doesn't exist, what is there to post? They didn't move on. They literally said that they've been grieving this whole time. They didn't move on. You can't have, with that type of organization and these subsidiaries, you just can't have that CEO position blank. Erica Kirk was his wife. The end. He picked her, he married her, and he wanted her to be the CEO if anything happened to him. Not Candace Owens. She's going to have to get the hell over it. She's not the golden child. But when you have that subsidiary, that Turning Point Endowment, he served as, of course, the board of the executive board of that endowment. You have to have someone in that position making decisions about the funds that are there being used to invest and generate an ROI. Plus, they had to still submit over tax documents because they received an extension, and Candace didn't even bother to look that up until after the fact, after she had said that they failed to follow the deadline to file their taxes. It wasn't until after she said that provable false statement, she claimed some sister told her the IRS tax deadline does exist, is a real thing, and they had been given an extension. They could have actually received an additional extension with a justifiable explanation. So they technically would have had another 3 months to do it. But they got it done by the end of the 6-month extension. She didn't even look up information on the IRS website until after she lied about it. This is what I mean. She's got foot and mouth disease. Keep putting her foot in her mouth, and then she wants to throw a tantrum when people sue her ass. Where is this text message? Where's the text message? That's all I'm saying. Where's the text message? Where he said someone is going to kill me. If she can't produce it, then it doesn't exist. She wants them to produce something that's not there. It's nothing more than a distraction. Candace, go to court. Tell your attorneys to schedule that damn hearing on the motion to dismiss for the Macron lawsuit and go focus on your lawsuit that you're going to lose. You can't make this
Blake
up.
Neff's the smartest dude we know. It's right here in the Bible. Can we get to the part of the evening before when Charlie said they are going to kill him? Which maybe took place after all of that, all of the compliments that were paid. Guys, please stop. It's so fake and gay. It hurts me. It hurts me. It physically is hurting me. The level of fakeness and gayness that we are reaching at Turning Point USA.
You can't make this up. Oh my God, Candace. Who sounds like a child? You want to see him talk about somebody sounding like a child? This is just absolute buffoonery. You sound like a 7-year-old being told no in the candy store. Everything's so fake and gay. I want the blow pop. What the hell? This is her response to all of this. So you all can imagine how this so-called one-on-one or face-to-face debate would have gone if she were to actually fly out there. This is a taste of what you expect to get. This is it. She's not going to believe anything they say either way. This is exactly what you should expect to get from her.
Is starting to make me go, ow. Okay?
Oh,
Please,
owie.
I'm asking nicely. Can you give us something authentic? Because that's not going to cut it. That's just not going to cut it. How dare you question the ghost of Charlie Kirk? Are you suggesting that Charlie could have possibly not had good judgment? Am I suggesting that I've maybe watched a lot of hours?
The ghost of Charlie Kirk? Candace, the Bible calls it an unfamiliar spirit. The Bible refers to that as witchcraft. What are you talking about? You should be concerned that you think a deceased person visited you in a vision. You can't make this up. It's like more reason why I say she's no longer a Christian in my opinion. Because she's not even reading the Bible on this. This whole concept of a deceased person visiting you in a vision. You can't make this up.
Of IDTV, and it seems like, yeah, it's kind of a common theme that when people die, you should question the people closest to them. Actually, yeah, I am suggesting that it's like a very high percentage of murders that are committed by somebody else they know. I think it's like north of 95% of murders, and no matter how many adjectives you assign to people at Turning Point USA, we're not going to accept this narrative, okay? We're not going to accept this narrative, especially when you're lying and you won't tell us the relevant portions. Who did he think was going to kill him? Andrew Colvett? Can you tell us, Andrew? Can you tell us, Blake Neff?
What did they lie about, Candace? What did they lie about? She's not proving what they lied about. I thought we were talking about Egyptian planes here. People should be asking about that. No, you've asked about it. That's it. There's no answer to it. What are they lying about? Who is this CIA contractor's well-known spouse, Candace, that called you and told you the same thing that Andrew Colvett told you? Who are those people?
Can you tell us, Mikey McCoy? Or was he just full of fluff? Just full of fluff at the end? Wanted
Candace,
Josh Hammer's book to be sold. You're bad at this. You want to know why you're bad at this?
Oh my God. Oh man. Oh my God. Candace, when the hell you ever said that in the past? If you're going to come in my chat, at least come in as yourself under your own YouTube channel. Oh my God. Oh, sweet Jesus. I got to run this back because I got to snip that. You can't make this. Careful, if you're going to sit here and take my quip, at least send me that 7,000 your cult members want me to get from Israel. I'm going to start charging you every time you use my slogans. You using my slogans? I'm gonna start charging your ass. You can't make this up. I told y'all Candace be watching my show because it's the only way she's keeping up with this lawsuit. And yet she ignores me when I say go schedule the damn hearing on the motion to dismiss. You can't make this up. Candace, did you enjoy that letter you read when you outed your attorney's law firm? You still don't know who sent you that letter, girl. This goes to show how bad your so-called research skills are, because I'm not going to call you an investigator or a journalist or of any sort. Not at all. No, ma'am. Nope. You show us your 2 degrees, and I mean the actual degrees. Then we'll think about it. I still won't jump to that either way. Unbelievable. She said you're bad at this. I'm the only one that says that. Oh, she ain't never said that.
Full of fluff. Just full of fluff at the end. Just wanted Josh Hammer's book to be sold. You're bad at this. You want to know why you're bad at this?
Let me snip that, Candace. I'm gonna charge your ass. You keep on. I'm gonna send you a bill. I'm gonna send you a whole invoice. The candy asses want me to get paid from Israel. Why? Tell your cult leader to pay me for using my statements, using my slogan. Oh, dear Lord. You can't make this up. Candace, I'm not here to give you ideas. I don't understand why you just won't post evidence. You can't make this up. Oh, so one of the candy asses said yesterday, I'm going to tag Candace in your videos. Too late. I already do that. I already tag her in. She knows exactly how I feel about it. But I'm not going to bite my tongue on it. Candace, I just want evidence. I don't give a damn about your personal life and none of you can homeschool all your kids as long as you want. I want you to post evidence on this stuff you're saying. Candace, you're bad at this, girl. You're bad at this. You can't make this up. Shout out to y'all. Hit the like button. Ciao.
Because you're inauthentic. That's why. You're inauthentic. If you start telling the truth, you won't struggle with this issue. Nobody accepts this. Okay. In other news and emotional manipulation, Tim Pool is having some sort of a breakdown. I don't really know what it's about. I don't know why he's tweeting about me all the time. I hope he gets well, but I do want to address this absurd point that he is making about why we shouldn't be speaking about Charlie Kirk's assassination. Take a listen.
You can come and you can burn everything I have to the ground, and I will happily live in a van down by the river. I don't care to be number one. I don't need to be number one. What I care about is what is true and what will help this country and what works.
She's not number one. Candace, you're not number one. Do I need to show the information again? Yeah, that's worthy of a quick Google search. Candace, you're not number one. Why don't you post up the response that the Macron's attorney sent over to the court? You don't even want to show us the court documents and stuff. You got direct access to it. Why don't you post that stuff up? You know it's available to the public, Candace. Post up those court documents. Candace Owens podcast. I'm just trying to. You said you the number one podcaster on earth. I'm gonna look this up. And this is the thing. She's never specific about this. Because I said that girl, Candace. It says here. Podcast ranking site Podscribe recently placed Candace on placed Owens podcast Candace in the first place in the downloads and views per episode category. The category. Then we looked this up. As far as podcasters in general, She's not in the top 3. It's in a category. We looked this up and we said this. I showed this information previously. How are you number 1 on earth in all categories? It's very specific right here, Candace. Once again, you're bad at this. You didn't even Google this yourself. And this is just one rating website here, Podscribe. It's not the only one. There's several websites that actually rate podcasters. But it says number 1 in downloads and views per episode, which means the more she talks about Charlie Kirk, the more downloads and views that she receives. And it's unfortunate that I'm giving her this view. But I do it to debunk her ass. Candace, you're not number 1 globally in all categories, just this one category, to which we've already said that here in the Lady Luck Club. Because we simply read the information. We don't have to make this up. Y'all see this in writing for yourselves? Now the candy asses might, because alternate reality, they may not accept this, but this is what it says here. It's that simple. Black or white in English. The end. What does she keep saying that for?
And she is a scumbag. Okay. And she's getting worse every day. And she crossed the line. She continually crosses the line every day, insinuating the Turning Point literally killed the guy who made them all rich. And I hear this in the streets. And at a certain point, I'm like, holy shit, we're going to lose the midterms. We're going to lose the midterms. Then we're going to lose in 2028. And it's because she's a piece of shit. Because instead of saying, guys, let's come together and figure out how to work together, she says the stupidest retarded crap. And now everybody's running around divided and broken. For what reason? For literally what reason?
Because they killed Charlie Kirk in broad daylight, and we don't care about your stupid midterm.
They is, who is they, Candace? Are you saying Turning Point, the French, Israel, Egypt, a plane, a bird, a stork? Are we talking about a bush? You know that bush she kept obsessing over on the campus? Was it the underground tunnels? I mean, she's gone through a laundry list of people here. Everyone did it. Everyone on earth except her coat did it. At some point, she's going to say, all of you all are guilty. I don't care unless you're kissing my ass and worshiping the ground that I walk on. But if you're not on my side, you're involved. Like, you might as well just go there. Candace, you might as well just say all of planet Earth except your cult following were a part of this so-called cover-up. You might as well, with no evidence. Go ahead and do it so we can all collectively sue you.
Reason.
Because they killed Charlie Kirk in broad daylight, and
because they killed Charlie Kirk in broad daylight. And because he's referring to Turning Point USA. She's saying this as a matter of fact. Turning Point USA does not have to entertain her face to face for anything to build a case. All they need to do is show that they sent evidence and exhibits. They debunked her to correct the record, just like the Macrons, so that they can meet that malice intent. That's it. Just ample evidence to help them meet the malice intent. This is as simple as it gets. This is not her saying, in my opinion, based on information that I have, which is none, but for shits and giggles, let's just say for the sake of conversation, based on information that I have, in my opinion, I'm just deducing it that they are involved in some cover up. No, she just said here, because they killed Charlie Kirk in broad daylight. That's not a question mark. That's not her asking a question. She's not even opining. She is saying this as an affirmative fact with no evidence. Candace, you're bad at this. They're going to use this against you. I hope you know that. You can't make this up.
We don't care about your stupid midterms. We just don't care. Like they really, this is how they view Charlie Kirk. That's what I say. Was anything in his life real? Tim Pool is going off right now because he's like, it's not the time. You guys need to be mules. You need to keep voting in the very corrupt people that are lying to your faces right now about what happened to Charlie Kirk. It is not the time because it is your job to get people into office. This is what I mean when I suggest that nothing in Charlie Kirk's life was real. So he.
Oh, now you're saying you suggested. His 2 children were real. They're still real. Candace, Charlie had 2 kids. They are very real. They are not robots. They are not aliens. They're very real human beings that he helped to procreate with Erica Kirk. And one day they're going to see your dumb videos. And hopefully and prayerfully they can say, yeah, I remember mommy suing the hell out of this lady. And she took her for all that $244 million. Candace, you might want to learn how to fill out resumes and get you a regular job again. Or you better hope you've got some content lined up where you can keep up these 1, 2, 3 million views per day. Because at some point, they're going to sue you. And Erica Kirk is not going to show you any mercy. She doesn't owe you that. If she's managed to not even say her name this whole time, and when I say she, I mean Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk has not even acknowledged Candace's existence on Earth. She's not going to sit here and go back and forth with Candace because Erica Kirk, that's what Candace wants you to do. She wants you to go back and forth with her. When they respond, look how she's able to do another video. Oh, she might take my slogan, but she don't give a damn about what I have to say about Turning Point. No. She wants them to go back and forth with her. She wants Erica Kirk. And I just hope Erica Kirk continues to ignore her existence here on Earth. Candace, those 2 kids are very real. And they were very real in his life. While you're sitting here saying no one was real. Nothing was real. His parents were real. His wife is real. She's not a tree or a bush on a campus. She's a real person.
He really thinks he's doing something there. And actually what he's doing is proving my point. These people just saw Charlie as a means to an end, okay? As a political horse that they could ride. And so for whatever reason, they got tired riding him. And now they're angry because they also were going to whip the horse, the ghost of Charlie Kirk, and say, we still need you to shore up votes. And it is inconvenient that people who actually cared about Charlie and saw him as a, I don't know, human being, want to know why he was publicly executed in front of us and why we're being lied to about everything. That is why Tim Pool is upset, because midterms, it's going to be my fault, not the fault of the feds for feeding us BS. It's not going to be the fault of Turning Point USA for lying and thinking that they're brighter than us and seemingly not caring about the investigation. It's not going to be the fault of, I don't know, maybe actual politics.
Candace, you're the only one to say you didn't care about the investigation because it's not the person you want to be the shooter. No one cares about that. Tyler Robinson is in jail right now. He's got hearings coming up. When are yours? When is your hearing?
Politicians like Donald Trump, who's the president of the United States, and looked us in the face and said, are we still talking about the Epstein files? No, that's not his fault. The fault is Candace Owens for wanting to figure out who murdered her friend. Don't you guys get it? Like, we're just an algorithm. Why do you care so much about humans? Like, why are you a human? Like, if somebody really dies, you need to focus on midterms. Okay?
Candace is the only one talking about being #1 podcaster on Earth when she can't even be specific about the category. She intentionally misleads people every time she says, I'm #1 globally, but does not actually say, I'm #1 in this category globally. Just like she won't post up the text message she sent to the FBI agent.
That is the point of the Tim Pool show. It doesn't matter what you are going through at home. I want you guys to hear this, okay? I don't care if you have family members that are dying, family members who have died, if you have children that you care about and you maybe don't want to live in a world that's run by pedophiles. You need to put that all aside and vote for whoever the hell Tim Pool tells you to vote for. I just want to platform that idea. I think obviously there's something wrong with me and Tim Pool's got it figured out. His soul seems like it's really intact and it's not for sale at all. Anyways, we'll take a quick break and get into your comments. Also,
okay, I'm not going to the comments. We're going to go to the, because this is insane. This is absolutely insane. I don't like going over her comments because she picks comments that kiss her ass. That's it. And I'm not with that.
All right, you guys, happy Friday.
So this is from Friday. Technically yesterday in my area, in my time zone. Let's get some comments in right quick. Oh my God, y'all. This is almost painful. Hit the like button. Okay. When the guy cursed Candace was getting mad, but she just hid it and fake laughing. Candace has lost her mind. I absolutely agree, people. Peep, I agree. Shout out to Yes Files. How you doing, honey? Shout out to my mods. I have the best mods on YouTube. Thank you all so much for holding it down in the comment section. I appreciate you all. I really do. That's another quote out of context when Trump said you are still talking about Epstein. He meant that day at the press conference. Bronx said, yeah, he did. Real First Sergeant Dobie, Tyler is not the shooter. However, I still want to know what is her husband George's role now with Turning Point Europe chapter, which he founded before they met. Who's the shooter? I've been asking Candace this because since she wants to take my my slogans. Candace, who's the shooter? I mean, after 3 months, shouldn't you be close to at least showing us a photograph? Because see, here's how this works. If you say that Tyler Robinson isn't the shooter, that means someone out there is the shooter. Who is that person? And why isn't she close to even naming or picking them out in a lineup? She can't even give the location of where this person is, the vicinity of where they may have been that day, a photo, nothing. So who is the shooter? Because it's not in your for your sake of argument here. You're saying he's not the shooter. So who did it? That's what I want Candace to post up. Along with the receipts from Club D'Sant about her so-called assassination attempt payments. Post those transactions up, Candace. When it comes to George and the Turning Point thing, I think we all agree. George is a very sinister, weird guy. And, seeing that someone made an allegation about him essaying them, and when I say someone, I mean another grown man, made the allegation that George Farmer essayed him. And yet she won't talk about that or address it or anything. He certainly won't. So I don't. When it comes to George Farmer, who knows? I've been asking the same question. By the way, I've been asking, why did he leave? Because he was the chairman of Turning Point UK. Why did he leave that position? Why? Because otherwise, he already had his own company. He's very wealthy. He comes from old money. So his parents are wealthy, so forth and so on. So he's not hurting or struggling for anything. He never has. He grew up in wealth. So why would he leave that position as chairman over there at Turning Point UK? I'm curious to know that as well. That's a legitimate question. I've asked that myself. Let's see here. It must be complete hell in her brain. Yeah, we've named 4 personalities so far. I think Bonquisha might be the one leading the pack. That's just my theory. And then after that is Croissant, because Croissant is really mad that the Macrons are suing her. So first is Bonquisha, then Croissant, maybe Candace, and then that Jennifer. Because she's got this whole Valley High mean girl type attitude with her. Candace, you were a mean girl in school, or you were the bully, the one that was bullied and then turned out to be the bully. You can't make this up. Now I'm thinking ET at Yuck. She's a mental patient. She no good. Oh my God. So they all took the bag. Let's see here. Alicia said so pretty. Isfah says anyone who actually watches Tim Pool knows how stupid what she said just how stupid what she just said is. Tim isn't even a conservative and doesn't tell people who to vote for. Yeah, there are several of us that, you know, don't really get involved into the politics of things. I'm not going to tell anybody who to vote for. If I'm saying me personally, I'm not Democrat or Republican. I'm a for American. I'm all about decisions being made that helps the population overall, where people are treated like people, where people are given due process, where people, are held accountable accordingly. You don't have people in elected positions getting all this preferential treatment. But yet, if it's an average blue collar worker, saying these things that Candace is saying, they would have already been locked up by now. The FBI would have already been all over their behind. If someone said the same exact things that Candace said, word for word, and they did not have a large platform and influence like she does. Like if I say those things, I would have already been sued twice over. No one likes this preferential treatment that Candace is getting. It's ridiculous. Shout out you, Stacey. Candace knew of Trump's association with Epstein, but chose to dissect Kamala. Exactly. Candace, you spent too much time around that White House and around Trump to not know that he may have gone to Epstein's house a time or two. You at least heard of something like that. And you didn't say anything when, you would die hard. And now you want to, try to blame Trump and his cabinet and everybody up there in the government, in the executive branch, of being a part of this cover up. Now all of a sudden you don't care who wins and you don't care about this election. This is insane. Linda Walker says, hold on a second. Trump is not in the files. You are not authorized to see squat. Oh man. Francisca said 100,000 bots and bot subscribers. Yeah. Candace, I highly doubt 5.6 million people are actual real people. When you're multiple people in one body. Candace almost is like multiple women in one body. So said George, aka Boys Club. He said that himself. What the hell did I marry? I feel like I've married multiple women. I never know what personality I'm going to get. Yeah, those are George's words. Boys Club, you need to watch the kids so she can go out there and make an ass of herself on national television. It's not going to matter what they say. She's not going to believe it either way. Who in politics gets 100,000 watchers every stream? Who knows? I don't know. I can't even answer that one. That's funny. George banned Candace from going to Phoenix so she does not get her backside handed to her. I'm sure her attorneys don't want her to go either because Candace has no restraint. She's already thrown her defense under the bus by actually confirming her LLCs are registered in Delaware. So there's that so-called lack of jurisdiction defense out the window. Her attorneys don't want her to go out there because they know she's going to say some really dumb things and double down as she's already doing, especially with the lawsuit against them, from the Macrons. She's just going to double down on it. And then it's going to be more evidence they're going to use against her. 7-8 videos of Candace Owens still saying it's a fact that Brigitte Macron is a man. You got 7-8 plus videos of that. What do you think? The jury themselves are going to be like, no, this pattern of behavior, and you repeatedly saying this over and over again, and you keep saying it to be a fact. You're not asking a question or saying it is my opinion. You're saying this as a fact. You said it's a fact. You can't say that this is part of free speech because you can't prove she was born a man. or that she had a sex change. The evidence Candace needs, she's not privy to that. So this is gonna be something else. They gonna definitely hand her. They gonna mollywop her in court. That's gonna be epic to see. SoCat said, I think you're right because we need to vote for people who will support the stuff that will help the American people. Absolutely. Candace Owens is way smarter than you. Oh no, tell her to post up that text message to from the FBI. She sent an FBI agent a text message about her concern of an assassination. Tell her to post a text and file a formal complaint. I'm daring her to do it. Candace, I know you listening, heifer. I dare you to file that formal FBI complaint. File it. Please file it. We'll wait. As a matter of fact, once you file it, send me a copy. I'll read it. I sure will. From start to finish. That way it can be at least on 2 different videos of what you've alleged with no evidence. Go ahead, file it. We'll wait. And I feel bad for Tyler Robinson when Tyler Robinson come out in jail. We're going to tell him that Candace Owens planning this whole thing to go against him. How is she smarter? I don't know. Candace makes up things about people not smart about lying. Exactly. And if you guys see this pattern of lying and how easy it is for her, wait till she gets under oath. Candace, your attorneys are going to go out their way to try to get the Macrons to mediate and settle. Because they know you will not do well under oath. Candace Owens is a cross examination, an attorney that's going to cross examine her. She's like that wet dream. They dream of having people to cross examine like Candace Owens because she can't help but to lie. She's either going to be vague, not answer the question, which is objectionable, by the way. Failure to answer is an actual objection. Or she's going to run her mouth and go off on a tangent talking about things that are irrelevant, which will lead to another objection. Or she's going to flat out lie. So this is going to be something else if she gets on the stand and they put her on the oath. Trump meant he wanted them to stop talking about the Epstein files, period. And he even said he's dead. Oh my God. She rambles, don't need smarts for that. Exactly. All right, y'all, let's get to the next video. We in this thing, y'all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Make sure y'all hitting that like button. Here's the actual video for today. And yes, I have to speed it up, y'all. If not, it's for my sanity here, okay?
Friday, welcome to the end of the week. Get excited because the rapper, The Game, has dropped his song entitled The Assassination of Candace Owens, and the lyrics are in fact fantastic because even the hip hop world is asking questions and noticing that Turning Point is not acting right. It's because you guys are just not acting right. Well, guess what? Something interesting has taken place this morning.
And then the judge will say, what do you mean by not acting right? How do you expect them to act? Because if you're claiming they're not acting right and they're saying they're grieving and mourning the loss of their CEO and their friend, then how do you think they're supposed to act? And what gives you the right to think that you get to dictate how they act? You're going to piss off that judge, Candace. Period. He's going to see these videos and he's going to say, this is absurd. This woman is narcissistic. They may order her to a psych eval. And honestly, I hope they don't. But there's going to be some questions about, her mental sanity after all these videos. Because I don't want them to stall the case. So if they order her a psych eval, that's going to be a couple more months because she's got to make the appointment, go get the results and all this other stuff. It's just going to prolong it. But I wouldn't be surprised if the judge said, I think it's best to, have her go to get a psych eval done because we got to make sure that your own husband is saying you've got multiple personalities and he doesn't know what he's going to get day by day. We're concerned about this spilling over into this case. You got to be able to at least pretend like you've got your shit together. And you don't, Candace. You don't sound like you have anything together. You sound so beyond delusional you're going to have this judge contemplating whether or not they should send you to a psych eval. And there will be enough probable cause to justify that. You can object all day, but I don't see how. When you're saying stuff like this, they're not acting right. That's not something you get to dictate. You don't get to dictate how people mourn, how people are grieving. Fight or flight responses. You don't get to dictate those things.
TPUSA confirmed that the debate request and the sit down request to respond to all of our very many questions actually came from Erica Kirk. They said that request was directed by Erica Kirk, and I find that to be compelling. And they also explained why it has to be in person. And I am curious to play that clip for you to see if you believe and accept their explanation, their reason why. Also, I have probably looked at more footage from September 10th than any human being in the government or otherwise, anybody on this planet. And I happened to take note of something that I find to be quite strange. And
how Candy has to say, I'm obsessed with her when everyone is responding and debunking her. And she is watching footages of an assassination over and over again. Candace, to the average person with a brain and a soul and a conscience, that assassination is hard to watch. And I studied medicine in college. It is hard to watch. Why are you watching all of these various videos showing Charlie Kirk get assassinated over and over again? That is disturbing, Candace. It's disturbing. What does the matter with you? This is proof she has no soul. If that doesn't bother you, Candace, you have no soul. It's only so much you could take watching that video of him being assassinated. And you've been doing this over and over again for 3 months. That goes to show she feels nothing about this. Because the average person would be like, listen, I can't keep watching it. That's hard to watch. The hell?
I want to toss it to you guys because the public is more perceptive and capable than our FBI. So let's jump right into this. Welcome back to Candace.
No.
4 hours to respond.
Hold on.
Okay, we're going to do something different and actually begin today's episode with comments from yesterday's episode because they are extremely, extremely relevant.
Candace always does that. That's nothing new. She always takes the comments from the previous day.
And they're also hilarious to what we are about to discuss. People who watch the show are obviously savages, absolute savages. And obviously, yesterday we were discussing how they rescinded the offer because it had to be in person.
We're all savages.
Top comment. TPUSA takes them 3 months to respond. Also, TPUSA, you have 24 hours to respond. Like, what? Seriously, why? Where did this 24-hour thing come from and why was it necessary? The second comment, this user writes, Tyler Robinson can appear in court by video conference. But Turning Point USA says Candace cannot attend their debate by similar means. Yeah, guys, we are starting to notice some things. It's weird. And we announced, or it was announced today, that Charlie Kirk's show, which they are continuing, and which once upon a time enjoyed the #1 spot on Apple Podcasts, has now plummeted, right? This is a tweet. Breaking news, the Charlie Kirk show has crashed in the rankings, falling to number 94 on Apple Podcasts, even though it routinely held the top 10 spot in the past and even reached #1 when Kirk was alive. The reason for that is simple. It is clear.
It's his company. You're saying things that it's just fundamental, Candace. That's not newsworthy. That happens. That happens all the time. That happens a lot. What do you mean? You have other podcasters out here that have passed away and their channels, lost subscribers and views and everything else in between. We all know there's nothing like the original, right? No one can really replace Charlie Kirk. And I didn't even watch his stuff. So that's to be expected. He created Turning Point USA. He was the star of his show, of his podcast. So yeah, he had his own, supporters that supported him like that. So for him to be deceased now, yes, it's going to drop. No one's trying to emulate or replicate Charlie Kirk either. We're all individually unique. in our own way. Candace just so happened to have multiple personalities in her head, according to the Boys Club. Can't make this up.
People are telling you how they feel, and they feel that you are not being honest. They feel that they are not getting the truth from the very people who keep trying to market themselves as his closest friends. And I'm saying marketing intentionally because it feels as though they have transformed into a badly run PR firm from the early 2000s, where you try to use celebrities to influence the public. You get like, Britney Spears, Justin Timberlake to wear your denim. Everybody just then starts wearing denim, right? And I will add on to this that
Who's the celebrity over there at Turning Point? Did I miss that? Who's the celebrity over there at Turning Point? I mean, she's making it seem like they have a spokesperson. Who is that person? That's not a comparable example, Candace. If a company wants to get an actual famous individual to market their products, they can. But you're making it seem like someone over there at Turning Point they have some celebrity that's the face of Turning Point USA. Who is that person then?
certainly myself and am compelled. I would say that's an interesting twist in this debate story, if we're even calling it a debate offer. At least I was surprised. I was legitimately surprised to hear this morning that it was apparently Erica Kirk who called for TPUSA to formally respond to the mounting questions and to set the live stream. At least that's what Blake Neff is saying on the Charlie Kirk show. They received this morning phone calls from the viewers at home. And of course, somebody asked about the nature of how they went about trying to get me onto this live stream. Let's take a listen to that question being asked, I think from a woman named Gina. Let's take a listen.
Let's take Gina's question. Gina, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. What's your question?
Hey, thanks, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My heart's broken with the things that are going on with Candace. And I'm trying to make it all come together. I'm sure I'm not your only fan that is trying to do that because of the relationship that she had with Charlie. And one thing that I'm just trying to make come together in my head is why the invitation was extended to Candace, but not to Candace directly. Blake, I think you tweeted something out, and I don't know if, I don't know what's truth and what's not, but I do know that she said she didn't even see the invitation, and it was issued, Blake, I think at 12 on a tweet that you had, or at midnight, 12, not noon, midnight. And so it was like 9 hours later before she even knew that you said anything about her attending the show. And then she's saying she can't attend in person. Can she attend on a live stream or, and you guys do live streams all the time. And is that going to be an option?
Of course, Gina.
I'm just trying to make this come together.
Of course, Gina. So first of all, our initial statement, it was on the show on Wednesday. I made it at the request of Erica. All of this has been at the direction and approval of Erica because she heads this. And
yes, because Erica's the CEO. Are we all caught up with the fact that Erica Kirk is the CEO now? Candace Owens does not want to accept that. If this is being spearheaded by the CEO, then it will be at the behest of Erica Kirk. If Erica Kirk wants this invitation to be in person and she doesn't want to give Candace a live stream link, she doesn't have to do it. There's nothing that they could say that would even have Candace comfortable with anything that they're saying at this so-called event either way. She's not going to accept or believe anything they tell her. Erica Kirk knows that because of precedence, because Candace has done the same thing to the Macrones. So no matter what information she receives, if she doesn't like it, because her feelings matter, I guess, more than facts and evidence and laws, then she's not going to accept it. What damn difference does it make? None. It makes no difference. So they could go in and say, here's the evidence. He put it in videos of what he wanted to happen, God forbid, in the event of an emergency, like to that extent where he gets shot. He could have everything lined out in a video that she's not privy to see. And if they were to play that, and he says, I want Mikey McCoy to call my wife, then she will sit here and say, somebody forced him to say that. It's like she's not even thinking about the fact that he could have had a living will and wanted Erica Kirk to be the CEO. But it's the fact that she's make statements saying, personally, I just don't think she was ready to be CEO. She was put in the position too quickly, not thinking about why she had to be put in that position. You have subsidiaries that need a board president, that need people in that role to make vital decisions. And those decisions may not be able to wait. Like, making sure that tax statements are filed. So you either want someone in that role to keep it flowing or you don't. And because Candace doesn't know what she wants day by day, and her own husband doesn't even know what he's getting day by day with her personalities, there is no pleasing someone like Candace. There's no way to satisfy her on anything. So it's all irrelevant. Erica Kirk has the right to say, I want her in person. If she wants to come and ask questions or whatever, she could come do this in person. There is a reason for it. It's just that Candace is not smart enough to see it. They want to make sure they're able to debunk and put their evidence out. They're not going to give Candace Owens the opportunity to overtalk them, to interrupt them, or to interfere with them being able to lay out the facts so that they can say, we gave her the facts. We debunked her. We said that those things were not true. Here's how. Here's the information. Here's the documentation. And she still carried on with a reckless disregard of the truth. That's it. They know they can't say or do anything to appease her unless they say what she wants to hear. And they're not going to do that. They don't have to do it. They don't owe her nothing. She don't need nothing or want nothing from them. She's just doing all of this just to carry on this nonsense to get views. Candace, at some point, you're going to have to go to court. Period. You can't dictate whether or not someone takes their grievance against you to the court of public opinion versus the court of law. So if they sue you, you had it coming. Bottom line. You don't get to dictate someone else's ability to get legal recourse in the court of law. That is the right that they will have to file a lawsuit. And she doesn't want to quit on her own, so apparently suing her ass is the only way to go. I thought if Erica Kirk told her to shut up, she would shut up. I highly doubt she would do that. Candace had no intentions of ever shutting up if Erica Kirk was to say shut up. None. That proves this is why, they put it out there. She said no. She never said it's my husband's birthday, by the way. Still has yet to acknowledge it's George's birthday. She's willing to do a live stream on his birthday as opposed to just spend that day with him and her kids. That's how little she cares about any of this stuff. She won't even disclose all of the details as to why she can't do it. Good grief. You can't make this up.
And so what we were announcing there is we said, she has said things that are not true. And we did not address them for a long time. We stated the reasons why, that we're not going back thought a lot of them were just not, how to put it?
Don't feed the trolls.
We initially just thought no one would believe a lot of what was being said. And we also just, we remembered the same friendship that Charlie had. And we just hoped that this would go away without requiring any sort of direct statement or confrontation from us. So what was approved is we announced we are going to respond to this. And what I said was, we are going to announce a date soon. We actually hadn't agreed on it at the time I read the statement. We're going to announce a date where we're going to respond to this. And once we announce it, Candace is free to attend in person. That is what we announced. And so once we agreed on a time, I announced what the time was going to be. Candace, for her part, had said, you name the time, you name the place. That is what we did. As for why it was put out at that time, I would just say, I don't think she had any difficulty in finding out what our scheduled time was. It seems everyone found it out quite quickly. And lastly, on the point of why it's in person, I think it's pretty intuitive that given what is being said, the way this has worked is that it's critical to be in person if you want to be authentic and to be detailed. And
yeah, you want to get body language. You want to be able to detect if someone's lying like hell. You want to be able to look at facial expressions. You want to see if she's able to look you in the eye. If she's gonna lie, I mean, at least look them in the eye, Candace. Plus, if you do this virtual, you're talking about, possible technical issues or anything like that. No, nope. They don't want to get her that leverage to say, well, they kept cutting me off. They kept muting me. I was trying to make a point. They didn't let me talk. The sound went out. No one could hear me. Nope. You go there in person, you won't have any of those issues. Once again, nothing is good enough for her. Erica Kirk gets to say in person only. That way, you have clear communication with no technical issues whatsoever. But because she's not using the common sense God gave a Billy Goat, she hasn't even thought about that being an option as to why they would rather have her in person. One of many reasons why they would rather have her in person. Let's eliminate any sort of complaint about there being a technical issue, her lying about us, putting her on mute because she kept over talking us. No, come in person. Helpful. Come in person. Y'all see, she won't even say my husband's birthday is on the same day. Oh my God. Let me get in a few comments. She should have said yes. Exactly. Just go out there. She got a husband that can take care of them kids. Boys Club, you're going to have to watch your own children. You need help with their curriculum and, homeschooling. Get a tutor. It's only one day. Get a tutor. These kids are 4, 3, 2, 1, something like that. I think they can stand to miss a couple days from mommy not doing the homeschooling and then let daddy do it. And she go out and do this in person. You already got enough candy ass cult members and bots all over social media. So go do it in person and you don't have any issues with the Zoom, with any technical difficulties. All of that is eliminated because you're now in person and there's nothing to lose with that. She would have nothing to lose to go in person. Nothing. This is the level of logic that's lacking with Candace and her cult following. They're not saying, you know what, go in person. That way, they can't mute you. They can't silence you. They can't do any of that because you're there in person. You get to actually say in real time what you want to say and ask what you want to ask. That's it. They're not going to let her overtalk them. But it would be easier for her to lie and say, well, they tried to mute me and I wasn't able to say what I was saying. You all see my mouth moving, but nothing was coming out because they muted me. Just more she'll be able to lie about. No, go in person, girl. Get your ass up and go fly out there in person and do this one-on-one in person. That's it. Eliminate all the nonsense and the fluff. You can't make this up. Absolutely not. I've seen her stream. She talks over people with her motor mouth, interrupts in person or no. Stacy says, I'm glad that they are addressing the allegations with or without her. Exactly. They don't need her, but they're giving her a chance to respond because they want to say they did their due diligence. If Candace is not smart enough to pick that up, then, this is the same person we're talking about that does not know who wrote that letter where she doxed her own, well, not really doxed, but she put her own attorney's law firm out there on the public spectrum. It was unnecessary. Most of her supporters didn't even read the lawsuit. They don't keep up with the actual court documents. She doesn't. She won't even read them. So the majority of them would not have known the address to her attorney's law firm. She admitted she had no idea who wrote that letter. She doesn't vet her tips. She doesn't even know when she's being trolled. So no, they're not going to let her overtalk them when she doesn't even know when she's being trolled. And she can't prove that she sent a text message to the FBI. First question would be, Candace, why didn't you show up for Charlie Kirk's memorial or his funeral? I wonder why she wasn't invited to the funeral. That was a more private family gathering event. but the memorial was open to the public. Why didn't she go to that? Why do you think that Charlie Kirk's wife and his parents did not invite Candace Owens to the funeral? That seemed like a more private event that would have been by invitation only. Why do you all think she was not invited? If she doesn't have a problem with Charlie Kirk's parents or Erica Kirk, why didn't they invite her to his actual funeral? They were supposed to have been friends until the day he died, right? Yet she's shown no proof that they even communicated within the last 12 months. However, why didn't she get an invite to the funeral? That's all I'm saying. She doesn't even address that stuff. Exactly, Pretty in Pink. She will twist everything up. It's easy for her to sit in a room and spread lies. Quit spitting on my leg and tell me it's raining. I believe her husband is her handler, just like Erica was Charlie's. Everybody entitled their opinion on that. I don't know those people marriages like that. I'm seeing the interview and the tension between, not even the tension, but just the lack of connection between Candace and George. And we watched their so-called interview on her channel. And it was just so mechanical. It didn't seem like they don't have these types of conversations like that in real life. It seems like they barely talk to each other. He just kind of trying to figure out which personality she's turned on for the day. She's like, am I getting Bone Quisha here? Or is this croissant? Which one am I getting here? Candace, your own husband don't even know what the hell you gonna morph into day by day. You can't make this up, man. Mira says TPUSA just sue her. It's for justice. It's not the same as turning evil with evil. Yep. Let's see. Bronx Girl says she was with Kanye, who she does not talk about anymore. Now that he apologized to a rabbi. Exactly. She got, what's going on, Des? That's what I said. No invitation. She didn't get not one invitation. Candace nor Tatum were not invited. I'm not sure about him. I don't keep up with that guy. But Candace did not get an invite to the actual private funeral itself. And you would think if she claims to be that close to him, that between Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk's parents, she would have gotten an invitation to the funeral. The memorial was a separate event. The funeral was more of a private family event. You would have had to get an invitation to that. And you would think someone that claims to have been super close, like a sister to him, would have gotten that invitation to the funeral. But she didn't. And she wants people to still believe that they were so close and so tight, when he referred to people like Candace Owens as brain rot. Brain rot. You can't make this up. All right, y'all, let's get back to it.
That is what we think is a fair request to make if she's going to participate. But regardless, it is going to go forward because we have agreed that some response needs to be made. And so that's going to happen when we announced it on December 15th.
Yeah, and we actually got to hit it.
I'm one person,
Gina,
but
yeah, Gina, I'm sorry. We got to hit a radio break here. We can keep going in the break if you want for if you have a follow-up. We'll be right back. We're going to take a break from radio. We'll be right back.
So I love situational irony like that, where he is actually live streaming with Andrew Colvett. He's like, it's not authentic unless it's a person is in person, and Andrew Colvett's literally the person as he's answering his questions. So I guess the show is not authentic or something. I also love Blake because he's trying so hard not to be condescending in that bit. It doesn't come naturally to him. He's extremely condescending. His obvious, how do I say this? We're shocked that you got.
Oh no, Candace, you're so condescending. It's not even funny. So if you all check out the Candace Owens playlist on my channel, you'll find a CNN interview. I actually have the full interview uploaded with no commentary. Candace was entirely condescending the entire time to Elle. That was the young lady's name that was interviewing her from CNN. She was condescending the entire time. Candace, you're a complete narcissist, girl. You can't make this up. So is this Bonquisha we're getting here? Which personality just kicked in?
Guys believe Candace. We're just very shocked, you dummies. And his excuse is that the reason he did this in the middle of the night on X is that it's to be expected, as if that's some sort of normal etiquette. Once you extend an offer, not only do you extend an offer, you say that it's a sincere offer. He used the word sincere. And when she is trying to get around to, hey, like, why does this need to be in person? Just to be clear, Blake is saying the answer to that is, quote unquote, it's intuitive that it is critical to be in person if you want to be authentic. Let me just run that sentence again, because I consider myself to be pretty intuitive. I am intuiting right now that is absolute bullcrap. He says,
no, it's not, Candace, because then you'll sit here and say, oh, my microphone wasn't working. Like, no. Let's avoid the technical error issues that could come up from a virtual session. And plus, they don't owe you this. They're not doing this for you. They're doing this for the record. Girl, you're bad at this. I know you listening, Heifer. They're doing this for the record. I even tweeted this out. Directed to Turning Point USA. Either you all are doing this for the record, or you're prepared for her to lie to your face. But I hope you understand what you're dealing with if you send out this invitation and she actually shows up. George must. So he's not going to say anything about her trying to do anything like this on his birthday again. She ain't even said anything about his birthday, though.
Quote, it's intuitive that it is critical to be in person if you want to be authentic. Yeah, they think you're stupid. They just think you're absolutely an idiot. And he says that that's fair. What are you talking about? My most contentious and my most viral debates have never been in person. Everyone assumes that when you extend an invite, that you're going to do whatever you can to make it happen, whether it's friendly, whether it's not friendly. When you come out and you say that you are live streaming, the assumption is that you are live streaming because you want the internet to be able to attend, right? That's the whole purpose and function of live streaming an event, is that it invites everybody.
Yes, to watch, Candace. There's a difference in being a spectator versus participating. Is she this daft? Candace, you can't be this clueless. You sound like a clueless Valley High girl. That's a bully. You cannot be this clueless. We can watch it, but we won't all have the ability to chime in and hop up on the live stream and actually get on camera and engage in the actual debate. You're asking them to make this exception for you when they don't have to do that. That's not why they scheduled this. They're scheduling this to just debunk you for the record. So, like everyone else, you can watch it or you can go there in person if you want to participate. It is that damn simple. You're 36 years old. Grow up.
Body to be able to attend. So when you extend an invitation of live streaming and you don't explicitly say it must be in person, why would I assume that you're going to rescind the offer if I say that I can appear via live stream? Okay. They never said that when they made the offer and they were pretending that they were being sincere. They never made in person a point of their demands. They never also said that I had to respond.
So she calls it their demands, and yet she's mad at their demands. Candace, do you hear yourself? You're being literally contradictory in the same statement. You understand it's their demands, it's their show. They get to do what they want. Erica Kirk gets to set whatever rules she wants. And then you're mad because it's their demands. They don't have to change it up for you.
Or pretending that they were being sincere. They never made in person a point of their demands. They never also said that I had to respond within 24 hours. That's a hostage situation. Okay. There's no way that I could have accommodated all of that in a million years. 24 hours to respond. How about, let me see if I can make that work.
Yes, no, yes or no. It's two responses. Yes or no. It's not rocket science. Yes or no. There's going to be points in life, Candace, where you're just not going to get what you want. It's a yes or no. Yes, I can make it. No, I can't. It's George's birthday. Because Boys Club is going to be full effect. can't make this up.
Even if I could have made it work, which I couldn't have, because my husband
George
instantly said,
probably wants
no,
her
you
to go.
cannot do this Monday. And he runs the household, and he has an important thing going on that day, which involves people that are coming in from overseas. But even if I could have made that work, I would not have within 24.
Oh, an important thing that kid should just say his birthday, Candace. It's his birthday that day. Why is that so hard for her to say? It is my husband's birthday. So the boys club is coming to his house? Is that what I'm hearing?
Sure. There will be a live stream here in Phoenix.
The boys
so we're
club
assuming
is
they're
coming
live
to the
streaming
house.
from Phoenix, where we address in a clear and comprehensive way the claims and the accusations.
No, let me go back.
It's intuitive that it is critical to be in person if you want to be authentic. Yeah, they think you're stupid. They just think you're absolutely an idiot. And he says that that's fair. What are you talking about? My most contentious and my most viral debates have never been in person. Everyone assumes that when you extend an invite, that you're going to do whatever you can to make it happen, whether it's friendly, whether it's not friendly. When you come out and you say that you are live streaming, the assumption is that you are live streaming because you want the internet to be able to attend. Right? That's the whole purpose and function of live streaming an event, is that it invites everybody to be able to attend. So when you extend an invitation of live streaming and you don't explicitly say it must be in person, why would I assume that you're going to rescind the offer if I say that I can appear via live stream? Okay.
But they never said that. They said it's for you to participate, you must come in person. They're live streaming it for people to watch. Not hop up on the live stream and actually speak their mind. For viewership. That's it. Just the view. Candace, they don't owe you that. They don't have to have you virtually. Why would you want to be? Wouldn't you want to see their body language and to be able to look them in the eye as well? Wouldn't you want this to go smoothly without any technical issues? You can't make this up.
Never said that. When they made the offer and they were pretending that they were being sincere, they never made in person a point of their demands. They never also said that I had to respond within 24 hours. That's a hostage situation. Okay. There's no way that I could have accommodated all of that in a million years. 24 hours to respond. How about, let me see if I can make that work. Even if I could have made it work, which I couldn't have, because my husband instantly said, no, you cannot do this Monday. And he runs the household, and he has an important thing.
So did she say he said no? Is she saying that he told her no?
24 hours to respond. How about, let me see if I can make that work. Even if I could have made it work, which I couldn't have, because my husband instantly said no.
So she said, which I couldn't have, because my husband instantly said no. So why are you whining and crying about them saying you got 24 hours to respond then? He instantly told you no. Because it's his birthday and all. So why are you going through all of this? You're dragging out some nonsense that you shouldn't even, this shouldn't even be bothering you. He told you no instantly. Okay. Then you respond back to them and say, my husband told me no. Why can't she say that? Why couldn't she just say, I asked my husband about it and he told me no. He's the head of the household. It's his birthday. The boys club is coming to town. They're going to do some wild things in Tennessee. And, I just have to let this stuff happen. I could do a virtual thing, but that's up to you all because it's your event. It's not about Candace. It's about the lies that she's telling and nothing more. He got the boys club.
You cannot do this Monday. And he runs the household, and he has an important thing going on that day, which involves people that are coming in.
Important thing that day, his birthday.
From overseas. But even if I could have made that work, I would not have within 24 hours have confirmed.
Would that include the Tate brothers? Is Andrew Tate going to be there? Because they're coming in from overseas. Is that Andrew Tate too? It's his birthday.
To them, if they had even sent me an email. Because I have kids, I would have had organized things, and it would have just taken longer than 24 hours, and they knew that. What Blake did say verbatim on that day is, quote, here is what is going to happen. In the near future, there will be a live stream here in Phoenix. So we're assuming they're live streaming from Phoenix, where we address in a clear and comprehensive way the claims and the accusations, the false accusations that have been made against Charlie's family, friends, and the people here at Turning Point. We plan to walk through everything carefully and thoroughly. If Candace is available, we would sincerely welcome her participation in that live stream at our studio in Phoenix. not a demand to be there in person, live streams happening at your studio, and you said that this was a sincere request, then you went about it in the opposite manner, which is why it makes it really interesting that he says in the beginning that that was done at the request, at the direction, and with the approval of Erica. And that's interesting for a lot of reasons. A, I think a lot of us have been wondering, like, did she take on this role and she's actually executing? Are we still going through a transition phase? Is she still learning the part? How involved is she on a day-to-day basis? Because some of these actions seem like fumbles, like absolute fumbles. And you're wondering, is Andrew Colbat running things? Is Tyler Boyer running things? Is this coming from Erica Kirk? Because I'm having trouble, I guess, comprehending why she would green light something that the internet has now read as incredibly insincere. Of course it's insincere. You market yourself.
No, you read it as insincere because they're not doing what you want them to do. Erica Kirk said, girl, I don't care how you feel. We're not doing this for you. We're doing this to debunk your lies. It is a very specific reason. Why is she not getting that? Why is she not understanding that? That's it. It's to debunk your lies. Candace, you could be anyone. If anyone else have lied this bad and been able to get, 5.6 million people to hear and to believe your BS, they probably will be doing the same thing. This is all to debunk your lies, not to interview you. They don't care if you're there or not, quite frankly. They don't give a damn if you show up. They're still going to do what they planned on doing. Erica Kirk is doing this strategically for the purposes of putting things on the record. They got to say they debunked you. They put out the facts and they debunked you and they said you lied and they showed the evidence. Whether you accept it or not, irrelevant. Just as much as is irrelevant to that Macron lawsuit. It's like an auto repeat of her behavior here. Yeah, let's just let Bonquisha finish talking.
You've as somebody that is passionate about family, and we can't even get 24 hours to see if we can make things work and exchange things. Like that doesn't feel.
Yes, the husband said no instantly. You don't need 24 hours. George said no instantly. George said no instantly. He said no instantly.
4 hours to respond. How about, let me see if I can make that work. Even if I could have made it work, which I couldn't have, because my husband instantly said no.
Yeah, I'm snipping this. Candace, you said your husband instantly said no. Why would you need more time if he said no instantly? Boy, I tell you the truth. Erica Kirk's attorneys is going to eat this up. I couldn't have because my husband instantly said no. Enough said. Go ahead and continue, Bonquisha.
Oh, you cannot do this Monday. And he runs the household, and he has an important thing going on that day, which involves people that are coming in from over his best friends, and we love him. Then how can
you can't make
exchange things like that? Doesn't feel honest. That didn't come across as honest. And you're telling us, or we're assuming from that statement that she approved the statement that went out, referring to people as Antifa members, like making us akin to a basket of deplorables because we don't accept the Fed slop. Like that got her approval to go out. Like this was read by Erica. That doesn't feel good, And the reality is, if you deeply care,
I must have missed something. Hold on.
Internet has now that he says in the beginning that was done at the request, at the direction, and with the approval of Erica. And that's interesting for a lot of reasons. A, I think a lot of us have been wondering, like, did she take on this role and she's actually executing? Are we still going through a transition phase? Is she still learning the part? How involved is she on a day-to-day basis? Because some of these actions seem like fumbles, like absolute fumbles. And you're wondering, is Andrew Colbat running things? Is Tyler Boyer running things? Is this coming from Erica Kirk? Because I'm having trouble, I guess, comprehending why she would green light something that the internet has now read as incredibly insincere. Of course it's insincere. You market yourself as somebody that is passionate about family, and we can't even get 24 hours to see if we can make things work and exchange things. Like that doesn't feel.
Yeah, that's going to be my thumbnail. My husband instantly said no. Why do you need more hours when he already said no? and you're saying you couldn't have anyway. You literally just told on yourself, Candace. So all of this is for you to throw a tantrum. You whiny little brat. Now you're just throwing a tantrum. You literally said you could not have done that because he instantly said, no, it's his birthday. That's going to be my thumbnail now. Candace is sitting here whining for nothing. Her husband said no. The end. He said, the boys club is coming here, honey.
Honest. That didn't come across as honest. They were telling us, or we're assuming from that statement, that she approved the statement that went out, referring to people as Antifa members, like making us akin to a basket of deplorables because we don't accept the Fed slap. Like that got her approval to go out. Like this was read by Erica. That doesn't feel good, you know? And the reality is, if you deeply care about the legacy of Turning Point USA, as you all claim that you do, like you claim that you're really just in this, Blake Neff and Andrew Colback, because we were his best friends and we love him, then how can you treat people who are genuinely people just like Gina, donors to Turning Point USA, people who got behind Turning Point USA, people who have photos of them going to Turning Point USA events, who probably have tickets to go to AmFest? How can you treat people with such contempt? How could you think they're dumb enough to believe that that was a sincere offer, that that's how it's supposed to work, that that's ever in the history ever of people setting up debates, that's ever been how it's worked? That someone just arbitrarily picks a time and a place, and you admit you had no time and you did not have a date picked. So there's no reason you couldn't come to me and say, here's 2 dates that could work.
You said no. You said anytime, any place, anywhere. The end. Then your husband said instantly no. Yeah, if she wasn't sitting here whining about this, you understand how short this video would be. It would have been like 15 minutes. Between her sponsors, the intro, the outro, and her reading comments, this video should be 15 minutes. They asked me, I asked my husband, he instantly said no. I couldn't have done it anyway. Moving on to comments.
And allowed me to do that. And by the way, I would still like for you guys to do that. Okay.
No,
one more thing I want to put out there, because your 24-hour demand is ridiculous. It's silly. Okay, let's strip it. Let's not pretend that there's some buzzard that got hit. We can still make this work, and I would like to make this work, and I would especially like to make this work if you are saying or implying that Erica Kirk is going to be there. Because the reality is that
she's the CEO. That's the reality of it. Candace, your husband said no. It's his birthday. The boys club is coming. He does not need to be stuck with the kids.
Would be a game changer. I think that's a game changer. I think it would be very powerful to have her there to represent the viewpoints in a way that they're maybe not being shared by Blake Neff, who is incredibly unlikable and speaks down to people. And I don't know why he does that. It's not coming across clearly
Candace,
from the spokesperson, Andrew Colback, who seems to be on the road and isn't course correcting in the attitudes that are coming out, or at least telling people not to be like late night tweeting like Tyler Boyer. And yeah, it would be great if you are saying that on the 15th, Erica Kirk, as you are insinuating that she's going to be there, right? She's directing this thing. Are you implying here that she's going to actually be in the chair and she's willing to?
Do y'all think Erica Kirk is going to be there? The legitimate question. I don't understand. Who cares about what Candace Owens' husband says? She does. She said it. She said, I couldn't have anyway because I asked my husband. He instantly said no. Candace cares about what the boys club said. Do y'all think Erica Kirk is going to be there? Put a 1 in the chat if you think Erica Kirk will be there. Put a 2 in the chat if you think Erica Kirk will not be there. You know, because she's still the CEO and all. 1 in the chat if you believe Erica Kirk will be there in person. 2 in the chat if you don't think she's going to be there in person. Come on. Somebody got it. Manny said 3. Lady Luck Club, why are you asking me this dumbass question? Y'all already know what number 3 means. Number 3 in the Lady Luck Club is Lady Luck. Why are you asking us this dumbass question? I got a 6 and a 7. Fool said, I don't think so. Shout out to Manny. Shout out to my moms, y'all. Appreciate you coming in. We're going to get some Umar in tomorrow along with Horror's second episode on Polite. Because, that series is good. 1 in the chat if you think Candace will be there. 2 in the Erica Kirk will be there in person. 2 in the chat if you don't believe she will be. 3 if you're saying Lady Club. Why are you asking us this dumbass question, girl? Why are you asking us this? Francisca said, I hope not. 3. I got a definitely 1 from Smack the Donkey. Candace was there. Definitely 1. Smack the Donkey, I believe that. If Candace shows up, what if, okay, so here's a scenario. What if Erica Kirk says, okay, she didn't take the invitation because her husband said no instantly. And she said she wouldn't have been able to do that either way. So I'm not going to have to worry about being there. But what if Candace shows up at the last minute? What if she actually just shows up there? Do you think they may stall or pause to let Erica Kirk come to the actual office? I think she's going to be on site either way. But the difference between her being on the stage versus just kind of observing from, maybe behind the studio might come down to whether or not Candace Owens is there in person. Now that I will believe. I do think if Candace Owens just shows up out of nowhere, I think they'll signal to Erica Kirk to come out. Because that way now you're facing the CEO, head on. Candace, isn't this what you want? You want to be able to just throw out nonsense on Erica Kirk. For some reason, you're hesitant because, I don't know why. But now you have an opportunity to face Erica Kirk head on. A great possibility that she will be there in person on stage if you are there. So I think Erica Kirk will be there on location at the studio and will only show up on the stage if Candace does. That way, she won't have a choice but to face Erica Kirk eye to eye, face to face. Now, can you all imagine what that conversation would be like if Erica Kirk was there? And Erica Kirk is the one she's got to direct all this stuff to. How do you all think that would go? I think that would be a very interesting conversation. MAGA is on. Somebody said MAGA is unraveling. For her not to go is very non-Christian. Let me see. Aki, is it Aki? Aki? I don't want to mispronounce your name, honey. She doesn't have to go in person because that is why we have the net. But she doesn't get to dictate how they have her come on their show. And if Erica Kirk is the one saying we want her in person for this, if she wants to participate, that way you don't have to worry about the technical difficulties of the net. Because now you have this direct engagement, which makes a big difference. You can say a lot of things behind a camera, but are you bold enough to say it in person? And would Candace be bold enough to make these same allegations now having directed towards Erica Kirk herself? That's what I'm wondering. The CBS video will be a softball interview cause Trump's boy Larry Ellison's son controls Paramount. This ain't hard to see the plays, y'all. MAGA's unraveling. I don't think Candace is hesitant. Candace has made TPUSA look like a bunch of fools. Mistake to subject Erica to Candace, but Erica may want to. They can do it remotely. They could, but they don't have to. No one owes Candace this. If Erica Kirk is the one saying, we're going to respond, we're going to do it in person, we're live streaming it for people to view. But if Candace wants to come and actually ask questions and participate, she needs to come in person. That's what they have the right to do. It's their company. They don't owe her anything about a virtual. And I think the dynamic would be different. I bet Candace makes an excuse to blow it off. Oh, she already said she couldn't do it. Y'all want to see the snippet? She said, which I couldn't have because my husband instantly said no. So she's already declined. She's just sitting here trying to give this impression that they are doing this in bad faith, when she's already said she couldn't do it. She would not have been able to do it because she asked her husband and he instantly said no. So instead of her just saying, because we have yet to hear her say, it's my husband's birthday. She said there's a special important thing going on where people are going to be coming out of the country, coming in. But she won't say it's my husband's birthday. That would make all the difference. Wouldn't she want to say, well, December 15th is my husband's birthday, so I can't do it that day? It's not that I don't want to, but I can't do it because it's my husband's birthday. Wouldn't that be more plausible to give some level of justification? And I'm not trying to play devil's advocate, because either way, Candace is not going to be happy. She ain't going to like nothing they say either way. But wouldn't that be more plausible to say, can you all maybe do it another day because it's George's birthday and for no other reason? Her saying all this fluff about, they're being disingenuous and blah, blah, blah. She's trying to make it look so bad and so horrible when she's already said, which I couldn't have, because my husband instantly said no. And he's the head of the house. So she's already said she can't do it. Why won't she just say that? Why does she have to say all this extra BS as opposed to just saying, it's my husband's birthday? He instantly said no. That's it. That would be a lot more believable to ask for another day and more logical than for her to be doing all this nonsense she's doing. This is just a tantrum right here. It doesn't have to look this bad. But if you're dead set on making Turning Point look like a complete annihilator of some sort, then of course you're going to sit here and say all this BS when it comes down to a matter of your husband instantly saying no, and because it's his birthday. That's it. It's that simple to say that. It doesn't have to be this complicated. It's not rocket science. But she's making it seem like, they're being disingenuous. No, you've already said you couldn't do it because your husband said no. That's it. And I understand that. Why is she going all over the world with this? She will have to face God. Oh, yes. Judgment Day is going to be a rude awakening for a lot of people. We all got to stand before God. And when we stand before God, we will stand alone. That includes Candace. Candace will not be able to have all her supporters with her. She will face God alone. And he's going to ask her, why didn't you just tell them the honest truth of, it's my husband's birthday and he told me no? Why did you sit here and say all this nonsense about them? Make it make sense. If she's using logic, that would be logical to just say it's my husband's birthday and he told me no. Spec said, come on, her husband ain't got no control of her. That's obvious. You can't make this up. Who's Wakanda? Oh, you talking about Bone Quisha? No, Candace is Bone Quisha. Wakanda is another personality we can give her. You see how I flip this thing around on you? You don't dictate my platform. I told you, boss, y'all don't have no power here. So when I give commentary, I'm going to do just that. You can go watch her video on her channel if you want to hear it without any commentary. You're here for the commentary. That's why you're here. You go over there and watch it on her channel. It's that simple. Thank you for giving us another personality name of Candace Owens. Candace, this dude just called you Wakanda. Come on, Bone Quisha. You've already told us your husband said no, girl.
Allow me to bring things and to go over timelines and stuff. Like, can you make that offer through the proper channels? Can you actually say that, since you now have more details about how it's going to work, and reopen that offer again? There's no way in hell that George can make the 15th work. They just said it no. He shut it down immediately.
Okay. But they didn't ask him. They said you're the one that's invited to come in person. You're the one making the allegations. Now, I do blame George to an extent because he stands behind the camera, as he said in that interview with her. Didn't even feel like a conversation between a husband and wife. It felt like an interview of a perfect stranger. But you once again, you say he just said it. No, he shut it down immediately. Just say that. It's his birthday. Boys are coming to town. You can't make this up.
Since you now have more details about how it's going to work and reopen that offer again, there's no way in hell that George can make the 15th work. He just said it. No, he shut it down.
No way in hell that George can make the 15th work because he was born that day. Candace, I'm snipping this stuff, girl. I don't get it. I don't get why she is beating around that bush, that ram in the bush that's on UVU campus. Why are you beating around the bush? It's his birthday. That's it. Y'all, this is Candace Owens' words. For any of those that are sitting out here thinking, she's trying to pivot why she can't do it on George, as opposed to just saying, it's his birthday. I want to be there for my husband. He's got the boys club coming to town. He doesn't want to be bothered with the kids. Is Andrew Tate going to be there? I'm just curious.
Immediately, and for a very valid reason. And it is not my inclination to go to Phoenix without having my team with me. And my husband is very much a part of my team. But
there you go. George, boys club. It's all your fault too. You share equal blame in her having this crash and burn. George, you act as if people can't see your birthday. You're a public figure. It was your birthday. Why is she not able to say it's his birthday? Candace, you're just making this complicated.
I will say that I will raise it further with the Supreme Court of George Farber. If you are insinuating, and actually if you can confirm that you are saying that you will allow me, as you said further in this, to bring whatever it is, because it would be more authentic if it was face to face. If you're saying that I don't have to deal with you, and this is actually going to be very open, and I can ask every question under the sun, I might beg. I might beg. So I would love to hear from Turning Point USA and stop pretending 24 hours.
No, Erica Kirk told you in person. That's it. She's the CEO. Stop being a brat. It is what it is. Tell George either he's going to hang out with the boys or he's going with you to Phoenix. That's
was some demand that had to be met, because that's ridiculous. So ball very much back into your court. And like I said, I want to make this happen. I still think you guys can open it up for a live stream. You're doing that right now. That seems ridiculous as well. Let's make this work for the people. Anyways, you guys, diving back into our investigation.
Oh, God.
Okay, got something very interesting for you. Now, it is actually common sense that has been guiding this investigation the entire time, despite the federal insistence that we pretend we don't have any. And I think there's a compelling element that we should follow here. If we believe and know and have the intuition that this is a deep state assassination, I do. Okay. And we know that our deep state, the CIA, is involved in color revolutions all around the world. We should think about how they organize the revolutions, right? What does it actually entail? How does our military accomplish that? Through what means? Okay. And I think it's obvious that they accomplish that through organized.
Candace, the CIA is not the military. CIA is not a branch of military. Did she literally just infer that the CIA is a military branch? Huh?
If we believe and know and have the intuition that this is a deep state assassination, I do. Okay. And we know that our deep state, the CIA, is involved in color revolutions all around the world. We should think.
While you're using their logo and the image of their logo to make money without their consent. Candace, the CIA can sue you for that. And it's also a violation of federal law. Just like your impersonation. When you're impersonating an investigator and you're not. The CIA can sue you for using their logo or the likeness and image of their logo to make money off of it without their consent. And yet you keep doing it because you have no respect for the rule of law.
About how they organize the revolutions, right? What does it actually entail? How does our military accomplish that? Through what means? Okay. And I think it's obvious that they accomplish that through organized chaos. The chaos, as chaotic as the event may seem, has to actually be organized if this is military. It means that as a state, we fund and then we coordinate protests, and coordinating is the operative word. It has to look organic to the untrained eye. You have to actually make sure that people will believe when they read the New York Times, when they read AP News or Reuters, that all of this just happened. That, like back in 2014, the Ukrainians were authentically and truly just done with their president, Yanukovych. And when Don McCain went over there and led the protesters in the streets, he was really representing the voice of the people. It was not another United States military color revolution. By the way, if you have not seen that, this is what we do all around the world. You should I'm just going to play a little bit of this. John McCain addressing protesters in Ukraine before we overthrew their president. Take a listen.
Did she say we do this all over the world? Who is we? Candace, I catch the things that most people don't catch. Are you who's we? We means you're including yourself. The CIA is not a branch of military. And once again, how is this America first?
When Don McCain went over there and led the protesters in the streets, he was really representing the voice of the people. It was not another United States military color revolution. By the way, if you have not seen that, this is what we do all around the world. I'm just going to play a little bit of this. John McCain addressing protesters in Ukraine before we overthrew their president. Take a listen.
Привіт, Ukraine. People of Ukraine, this is your moment.
Народи український, це ваш момент.
This is about you, no one else.
Це про вас.
This is about the future you want for your country. This is about the future you deserve.
Це про ваше майбутнє вашої країни. Це про майбутнє, на яке ви заслуговуєте.
A future in Europe.
Майбутнє Європи.
A future of peace.
Майбутнє миру.
Relations with all of your neighbors.
Майбутнє всіх ваших сусідів.
All right, that's enough. I don't know why we're like this. I really don't know why we're like this. Anyways, I believe in my heart and in my rational mind as well that Charlie Kirk's assassination was about as organic as John McCain, may he rest in peace, leading the people of Ukraine. And we got our color revolution, and we've been doing corrupt stuff in that region since. Now, I began scanning the people of the crowd obsessively. Obviously, you should see the folders on my desktop.
Oh, I'm glad you can admit it was obsessively, Candace. You first of all, even if there is organized protest, aren't we as a nation supposed to be helping other countries be more democratic leaning? So if they feel that their president is wielding too much power, aren't we supposed to be the ones leading other countries to be more democratic, where you keep up the voice of the people? I don't even, what was the purpose of showing that? That's a bad comparison. First you said the CIA and the military. What she's insinuating here? You can't make this up. What is she insinuating? What exactly is she insinuating? The CIA, the military, she's just throwing stuff out there.
And I'm referring, of course, now to a UVU on September 10th. And there was something that I kept noticing. A weird amount of young men were alone at this event, and they were wearing maroon shirts. In fact, so many of these young men that I was coming across were wearing maroon that at first I legitimately assumed that it had to have been one of the UVU colors. I asked this question so innocently. I was like, to someone at UVU, I was like, oh, are your school colors maroon? And he comes back and he said, no, they're green and white. So my gut told me, okay, that's interesting.
Candace, why didn't you Google it? And it doesn't matter because you put up a photo of a kid wearing a green hoodie and thought that was suspicious as well. That is part of your so-called research that you're failing to do. You know, something like that, you don't need to ask anyone what's the colors of UVU. You can just Google that. What difference does it make? You outed, you put someone's photo up, a kid's photo up, because he was wearing a green hoodie. Oh, that's so suspicious. It's too hot to be wearing a hoodie. Maybe he wasn't hot, damn it. Like no one else can do what the hell they want to do. And now she's talking about maroon shirts, Candace. You know what? People need to just troll her with this. a bunch of guys needs to go on the campus wearing maroon shirts, take photos, and say, "Hey, Candace, here we are. We heard you were looking for us, girl." Lady Luck Club said Bonquisha needs to sit down. It's not seeming to be very competent. This is that's the ultimate troll. Get a bunch of the guys on campus to take photos and say, "Candace, are you looking for us? Where's Waldo?" You can't make this up.
Because maroon is not exactly a highly ranked color for men, okay? And it can't be that all these men that are wearing maroon also happen to have attended this event alone. So I'm going to show you what I mean. I'm going to go back to some of these people. This is by no means everyone. I'm just showing you a few times here. Here we go. We have this young man. This is after the shot. He's wearing maroon. Show you another person here sitting there under the tree after the shot, and he's wearing maroon.
Dear
There's
Lord.
another person here. We're going to come back to this person who is wearing.
Candace, you're doxing these people. You're subjecting them to being doxed, harassed, bullied, stalked. This is the same thing she did with the kid wearing the green hoodie and the other kid on the campus that refused to give her an interview. This is the same thing she did to that kid. Why are you doing this? She's finding it suspicious that a man is wearing maroon. Men against maroon. That ought to be a therapy session.
Wearing maroon because his dad is going to say something publicly. 3 people, 1 shot, all of them alone wearing maroon. We're going to come back to the guy at the top there who has the hat, the darker hat on, who's wearing maroon. Just like these strapping young men all wearing maroon. We've got this guy in the bush wearing maroon. I could go on and on. This person how many people wearing maroon. I even have a video of someone holding a maroon shirt. Okay.
Let's go back to this other photo. Okay. Let's start with this one.
Just like these strapping young men all wearing maroon.
Pause. You have a group of people here wearing red shirts. You have a group of people here wearing blue. You have a group of people here wearing white shirts. I mean, if we're going to do this, let's go all the way there. I see a group of people wearing these blue t-shirts here. You got a group of people wearing dark bottom jeans. You have a group of people over here wearing denim jeans. What in the hell are we doing? What are you doing, Candace? You think these kids go to school to be blasted all over your YouTube channel? Where they probably will not have any rest or peace because your candy ass cult members don't know how to stop committing cyber crimes? Bots are bots. They're just working overtime, even though they're the worst. But your cult members that claim to be real people go out and they cyberbully, harass, stalk, and dox people because you pointed out a photo. That's not suspicious or weird. What about people wearing the red shirts? What about everyone wearing a hat? You got a whole bunch of people here wearing hats on their head. You know, because weird and all. It's just like a foreign concept to her. Someone wears a maroon shirt today. Never seen that before here on planet Earth. You can't make this up.
We've got this guy in the bush wearing maroon. I could go on and on. This person of how many people wearing maroon. I even have a video of someone holding a maroon shirt. Okay. So I mentioned that quite casually. And that thing happened where there was an overreaction for no reason online. So I knew that I was on the right track and I should probably keep going.
No, it's a reaction because you're putting people's photos up and they're being doxxed. You imbecile. No respect for the rule of law. Candace, you're bad at this. You are bad at this. You're going to have these people bullied, harassed, and doxxed because your fake ass mommy slews impersonating agents and investigators are going to go out and try to figure out who these people are. Leave these college kids alone. Let them be in peace. Let them live and exist in peace. You point out 3 kids that look like they're enrolled in that school. All they're trying to do is get an education. What the F? But she don't want her kids to be photographed everywhere either. Nor would I advocate for that. But you're putting up photos of somebody else's child that's going to college. They didn't ask for this. Is she for real? You can't make this up. Candace is bad at this. It is a cybercrime to dox. We wouldn't know anything about these people if she was not sitting here circling them in images. Never mind the fact that a lot of other people were wearing the same color tops there. Pick a color. You're going to find more than 3 people wearing a color top. You're going to find at least 3 people wearing orange, 3 people wearing green, at least 3 people wearing red tops, at least 3 people wearing white, black, blue, purple, yellow. Pick a color. Maybe even brown. Who knows? This is madness.
Said something, I think it was on X, or maybe it was on the show, and then we received hundreds of emails from people past and presently in the military around the world.
Waldo?
And they said, yes, Candace, that is military. I am just going to quote a few emails here. One person wrote, quote, airborne forces wear maroon, not just in the UK, the USA, and France, as well as in dozens of other militaries. Another person said, quote, I instantly recall that when police are in undercover units, the FBI, etc., and they are not in their uniforms, they often have a color of the day or a unit color. It's a signal to anyone else around that you are with that mission or unit, end quote. Another person wrote, quote, my husband was and...
None of this was vetted. Okay. So if it's a color of the day, she's only pointed out 3 or 4 people with maroon shirts. What about the overwhelming number of people wearing red or blue, which are more primary colors, are more popular? Red, blue, yellow are the primary colors. White, black. So when you're talking about a crowd of at least 3,000 people, on average, you're going to have a lot more people wearing the basic primary colors that exist. White, black, red, blue, and yellow. She only pointed out 4 out of 3,000 that were wearing maroon shirts. That it don't even, man, it's the fact that you're not even pointing out like a bigger majority of people. And why maroon? This could be green and it wouldn't matter to her. It would be the same dumb point. That is absolutely moot. Did you see any of these people with weapons on them? Any of these people wearing guns? This is asinine.
Led part of the QRF, Quick Reaction Force team, when they were deployed in Iraq. We are retired now. The maroon color in the military means the color is famously associated with military forces, such as the Maroon Beret of airborne troops around the world. And another person explained to me that especially in coordinated violent scenes, making sure that people are in certain colors or in something that is identifiable is important so that military men can observe who to protect or who they're looking for, right? And so that just makes sense, okay? And so LOL for all of you guys that were saying I'm stupid. I love being called stupid. Every time you call me stupid, it's another little clue that I should follow that. Because you guys are so obvious, okay? It's the overreaction to simple things. And I feel in my gut that it was not some random...
But you're overreacting to simple things. You're overreacting to 3 people wearing maroon shirts. That is the epitome of overreacting. But you don't think about the consequence that comes behind it when these people who you're pointing out in photographs end up having thousands and thousands of people coming for them on social media. Now they can't live and exist in peace because of you. And they have to be subjected to your dumbass cult members that are harassing people because you put up their photo. And for no other reason than that. None of this is legally justifiable. So if they sue you because they end up being harassed because of this, you can't justify just putting up their photos with your dumb theory. It could be just a simple issue of them wearing a maroon shirt. And that is what they wore for the day. The end. You're not proving that these people are affiliated with anybody. And it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. The green hoodie guy, I mean, he felt like he had to respond just to keep from having all that backlash come towards him. You know, because wearing a green hoodie was suspicious to her as well. Where's Waldo?
Coincidence that so many of these fellas decided to wear maroon on September 10th and attend the Charlie Kirk events. And I feel even more compelled because there was this person on TikTok, you may have seen it at the time, who was claiming that he had some videos that someone in his family had shot. And when he submitted them to the FBI had asked him to delete that footage. And I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's false. But I do know that...
You don't know if it's true or false, so why are you bringing it up? Oh my God, Candace, you're bad at this. If you don't know if it's true or false, why mention it? Do you understand that that could be hearsay? You're getting this information from a third-party source with no corroborating evidence whatsoever. You don't know if it's true. You don't know if it's false. Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. Don't care.
When I got in touch with this individual and he sent me the footage, my eye immediately gravitated towards another person who happened to be wearing maroon, who is also alone at the event, who I thought was kind of strange, did not duck when everybody else ducked after the shot went off. I think I had shown you that. I'm going to show it to you again. I know I identified him as a young man named Jacob Kasparian, and I'm going to show you that video of him not ducking after the shot goes off. Take a look at this.
Counting or not counting gang violence. Great.
And we're going to circle it so you can see it. Okay, that's him. You're going to see everybody duck. And it's going to come back up. And he's still not going to be ducked. He just kind of hits his phone and...
But does he have to duck? Are you kidding me? She's trying to control fight or flight responses. Yet again, Candace, you weren't there. You don't know what you would have done. That's so crazy about this. Just like you didn't go to Charlie Kirk's memorial because you claimed that, you know, the FBI was going to do something to you. First it was the FBI, now it's the French. The Macrons, Club d'Assant. An Israeli operative, a female French assassin. You can't make this up. Will you leave these college kids alone?
Walks away. Now, regarding Jacob Kasparian, I want to be very clear. I do not think he shot Charlie Kirk because it's really fashionable for people to say that we are accusing everyone of shooting Charlie Kirk. No, I am observing some things that strike me as unusual. And it's unusual that he...
It's not unusual. It's just a fight or flight response. Some people ducked, some people ran, some people stood there in fear, frozen. It's one of those fight or flight responses. For fuck's sake.
Attended the event alone. It is unusual to me that after researching him, he had posted himself earlier that day at either 8:42 a.m. or 7:42 a.m. I'm unclear on whether or not Facebook is editing the time zones according to what I'm in, the time zone I'm in, or when it was shot. But he's wearing an entirely different shirt earlier that...
Yeah, 8:42 France time or Utah time. Girl, you might as well just go all the way there. Just say 8:42 Candace time and be done with it. Obviously, you want to create your own time zone. You can't make this up.
Day to dye the blue shirt. And then when he arrives to UVU campus, he kind of hits certain points. He's up high, and then he's at the lower rung. 2 minutes before Charlie gets shot, he's not where he is. And then the next thing you know, he's there. And the reason why he's not moving is because he's recording and he doesn't duck.
Cyber stalking.
And I just found that to be a bit interesting. And I can show you, by the way, this is a very grainy image of him recording. We're kind of circling it there. It's okay.
That grainy image would not be submitted as evidence to court because it's not clear and it would not be clear to the jury. This would not be admitted. It has to be clear and then it has to have some sort of basis to this. What is the purpose of you showing this? He's not the shooter. He doesn't have a gun or anything. This would be irrelevant. And they would not be able to use this evidence in court because that's the only way you can look at this and to be able to understand why I'm sitting here saying that this girl is cyber stalking somebody for no damn reason. None of this will fly in court. None of it. You can't.
If you can't see it, hyperimposed, but I just found it odd thereafter that nobody, despite him being there, witnessing it and having recorded, by the way, Charlie getting shot, none of his family members posted anything about Charlie's assassination. He is active. He did not post about Charlie's assassination. It happened in their backyard. It was a global event. No comment whatsoever that I could find. And I started to wonder, based on where I found these individuals in the audience, I started to suspect, and this is my broader suspicion and theory, which in any investigation you're allowed to do. It might turn out to be wrong, but
No, you're absolutely stalking and you're trying to force something out of nothing. These guys could have just been wearing maroon shirts. You're talking about someone in a grainy video that would not be admitted as evidence in court that didn't duck immediately because his fight or flight response may have been for him to stand there frozen in fear or shock, still trying to process what the hell is going on. You can't say for sure he's a part of something or suspicious because he didn't duck like everyone else around him. And every single person didn't do that either. You can't make this up. Y'all, listen. All right, I gotta get some comments in. Hold on. Watch out. Oh my God. Oh my God. She's getting more and more desperate every day. You can't make this up. I wouldn't believe this if I didn't see it myself. Shaking my head with these Owens BS. Where's the Mormon bees? Yeah, we know those communistic bees are still a buzzing. Candace, I thought you was talking about underground tunnels at some point. I mean, where's Waldo? Now we're gonna have to do a image of a Where's Waldo, but wearing a maroon shirt and maroon hat. You can't. Why this is just too priceless. You cyber stalking this poor person because reasons. You don't have a legitimate legal reason to be looking up any information on this kid. You've admitted you're cyber stalking them. You're following what they're doing with photos all over their social media. This one person in particular. You know, it's unusual to me that he did not duck immediately. But, you know, somehow she found an issue with that bush, too. Let's not forget, this is the same video she used to point out the suspiciousness of that bush. Candace, you're the ram in the bush, girl. You can't, man, good grief. Yes, bro, the green hoodie gay is just standing up and doing nothing, then she lying. Candace is acting like the Mad Hatter. You can't make this up. No, I mean hoodie guy. I know, I got you. She is compromising the investigation and jury. Oh, she's already said she doesn't care about the investigation, which is sad and pathetic. Candace, we know you don't care about the investigation being done by the detectives in the state of Utah, to which the FBI is aiding. We know you don't care, but you're literally going to make it hard for them to find an impartial jury of his peers. And I'm talking about the defendant when I say his. You want to talk about a gag order? She might need one. You can't make this up. You're allowed to ask questions if you're investigating. Candace, this is not investigating. This is cyber stalking. You're trying to figure out who this person is when you don't have any legal justification to do that. I'm not going to sit here and watch these videos over and over again of someone being assassinated on national television like this. Like, first of all, that's disturbing to me that she keeps watching countless video footages of this gunshot being heard over and over and over again. It's like she's so numb to it, she doesn't even care. And then you're talking about picking out people because they wore a maroon shirt, and it's only like 3 or 4 people. And now you're cyber stalking one of them because he didn't duck fast enough for you. And you're pulling up a grainy video where no one can really see what's going on. Neither would a court of law give 2 shits about. Oh, my dear Lord. Ghostface, great minds think alike. Diane said, I assume gun residue of the firing of the gun would appear on Tyler's hands and maybe clothes. That would be part of their evidence they would collect. That's what she's not even pulling up people who have weapons on them. Like maybe someone's license to carry or something like that. Or it's concealed carry, they lift up their arms and you're able to see a weapon. She's not even pointing out anyone that had a weapon on. Just random people in grainy photos that you can't even see. It's insane. She's going to continue this chaos to stay relevant. Exactly. The fact, this is why Turning Point should not respond to her. They can debunk her lies and put it on the record. For further proof that, there's malice intent going on. But entertaining her in this, no. Because I think by last week, it would have died down had they not said something about doing a live stream and then saying she's more than welcome to come in person. She would have just been whining and crying about it. But entertaining her by giving her an invitation, this is what happens. Now she's gotten 2 or 3 more videos just simply out of that one post. Next week, it'll be about the doctors and the hospitals and the autopsy report and how his, C1 through C6 was never destroyed, because of reasons. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Mira says it's not an investigation. It's called gossiping, Candace. Exactly. Presumptions, theories, gossiping, speculation, impersonation. Candace, you're not an investigator. My question is to the CIA. Why are you all dragging your ass when it comes to suing her for using this logo to make money without your consent? Why are y'all dragging your ass about that? Unbelievable. Bronx Girl said Mormon bees in Dave's house. Oh man, hello. Ooh, your boy Roy, they were in damn shock at Candace. She's vile, criticizing a grieving family. Exactly. Pretty in Pink, my thoughts too. Ghostface. Linda Walker says, Surferboard, do you get how insane she is by now? The candy asses, they're not gonna. She's not desperate, she's diggy. she's desperate. She just said she's obsessed. Those are her words, not mine. That's why we have the closed captions on, y'all, so we can read the words that's coming up on that screen that she's speaking. She said she's obsessed. We all agree to that. Candace, where's Waldo? Bone Quisha is like, okay, so which character do we have right now? Which personality are we seeing? I think Bone Quisha left the room. Feels like we've got this Jennifer personality coming in. Wakanda hasn't came up yet. I think Wakanda shows up more when she's talking about Trump. But right now we're seeing Jennifer. The Valley High girl that's being mean because she was bullied and now she's the bully. Like Mean Girls. You can't make this up. Brother Tinashe is right. Candace is an FBI fake black investigator. Exactly. Who has gained the most from Charlie's murder? Candace. Exactly. All that money. I wish it was funny. I wish she would stop watching him get shot over and over again. Candace, you understand what this God. How could you sit there and just muster up? She can't have a soul. The average person would not want to hear that gunshot being fired off repeatedly over and over again for 3 months straight. Even if she's watched the most videos, it goes to show how disturbed she is that she's able to see this over and over and over again. Candace, most people can't even stomach that. You're obsessively, and I'm using your terms here, obsessively watching these videos of the same gunshot over and over and over and over again. And you've been at this for 3 months, obsessing over this. How could you possibly even stomach all these videos where you constantly are hearing and seeing Charlie Kirk get shot all over again? You're not investigating anything. And there's nothing worth someone sitting down and hearing that over and over and over again. And you still can't say, here's another possible shooter. Here's his name. Here's his photo. If you're going to put up a photo of someone, it needs to be someone that can more than likely be another possible shooter. We're nowhere close to that. And it's been 3 months, going on 4 months. He was shot September 10th. December 10th is 4 days away. We're going on 4 months of this. This is, disturbing that she can watch this video over and over again. She's a ghoul that drools. You can't make this up. I don't even know what to say. I study medicine, you all, and I can't watch this every day, multiple times a day. I have the raw footage. I have the raw video of a person that was like second row and was able to see everything. They were recording. Several people were live streaming and recording. And I can't watch that myself. It's so disturbing here. Her behavior with this, her whole her ability to say, yeah, this is normal. Let me watch this 16 more times. Candace, you don't have a conscience or a soul about this girl. You just don't. This man had kids and a wife, parents, other friends, and family that loved him. And you're sitting here obsessing over this one moment in history. You're not even, you could reminisce on the good times you two had. No, you're obsessing over the day he was shot and you're watching countless videos of it. Girl, you can't, you can't explain this. And now you're cyber stalking someone because of a maroon shirt.
And beginning to suspect that our maroon boys in general were tasked with taking footage from predetermined angles. Again, it's a suspicion. I'd like to explore it. And the easiest way for me to explore things and rule things out is to open things up to the public. I would like to see if anybody recognizes and can identify these other maroon boys, because maybe I can determine what their extracurricular activities are.
No. That is doxing. Absolutely not. All the asses need to get reported if they do that. All of them. Candace, I know you listen. That is doxing. It is illegal. She's been doing this since social autopsy. Oh, Turning Point, y'all need to hurry the hell up. Y'all need, if you're gonna sue her, go ahead and do it. If it means her not doxing people, sue her. What the heck is happening here? She does not need to know who these kids are. They have the right to live and exist in peace, to go to school, to go to classes. Their parents are not sending them there for you to sit here and to dox them online because they were wearing a maroon shirt. Their parents should go off on her. Candace, if you get these kids up here and you get these college kids doxed, I hope their parents cuss your ass out from now until kingdom come. And I hope they sue you. You know, Candace is going to be paying for my child's education if she keep going at this rate. They need to sue her. You want to dox my child? Now you're going to pay back all the money I spent on his education. All because he wore a maroon shirt. You want to know his extra activity? Why? You would have to know his name. Possibly an email. You would have to be able to put a face to a name here. That's personal identifiable information. What if they don't have their real name anywhere on social media? Now you're talking about someone going beyond social media to try to find out who the hell they are. And for what? That is doxing, Candace.
Oh my good Lord. The ROTC, as an example. I'm going off of internet vibes. It could be a part of an airborne force, okay?
No,
and
leave these kids
it was even
alone.
more compelling because there was this guy who live streamed the whole event. We all know who I'm speaking about. His name is Adam Bartholomew. I have never, ever said anything about Adam Bartholomew. I have reviewed his footage, but people online were clocking him as suspicious. They're like, this guy just always happened to be in the right place at the right time. And he has been randomly attacking me. Again, I've never said anything about him. And one of the ways that he instantly attacked was when I mentioned the maroon thing. And
Candace, people can criticize you. You calling it an attack, and then you have your cult members and your bots go after these people because you're using terminology like attack. That's just more cult-like mentality right there. Cult leaders say stuff like that. You criticizing me, you're attacking me. No. They don't like the fact that you're putting out information with no evidence, damn it. Candace, why don't you post up the text message you sent to the FBI agent? You got a troll sending you letters where you out in your own your attorney's law firm.
He said, my son was wearing maroon on that day. And his son was. That's the person that we showed you. That's Adam, and that's his son. Yeah, that only makes it more compelling because you were capturing footage on that day. So I'd like to know more. And I also find it strange, I will say about Adam Bartholomew, that when the shot rings out, he's live streaming, okay? And he does not stop live streaming to run down and ensure.
Candace, that man only said his son was wearing a maroon shirt that day because you're making it an issue and he doesn't want his son to be harassed. He doesn't want his son to be doxxed. He don't want his son to be cyber stalked and bullied. That's why you're saying, no, my son was wearing a maroon shirt that day. You're not even thinking like a parent, girl. Who this heifer is bad at this?
That his wife, who was in the audience, okay, was okay. He did. When I learned by accident that his wife was there, his wife Carrie was there, and she was.
Why are you giving out names? We don't need to know these people's names.
Standing by the bush, actually almost directly near Jordan Kasparian. I would have expected him to be like, oh my gosh, after he says, what is that? Is my wife okay? Oh my God, where is she? Where's Carrie? Nope. She tweeted that photo of herself and she confirmed in her own X feed that she was, I am more than I ever been is what her tweet says. When we thought laying in the courtyard that we were about to get shot in the back or in the head, it was very clear that we were on the right side. She confirms by picture and by tweet where she was when that shot went off. And yet he mysteriously was not panicked to go find his wife. Odd, weird. And I have a suspicion about the Maroon Boys. I think all of our footage has come from Maroon Boys, and a lot of that footage was then algorithmically boosted. And so I would like to again show you the pictures of these men. And by the way, guys,
y'all go out here and dox these kids. I hope that the parents not only sue Candace Owens LLC, and George Tom Inc., but all of these so-called YouTubers and wannabe impersonator mommy slews that did it as well. And don't think that an FBI complaint can't be filed where the FBI can track your activity online. Just because you think you're deleting something off the internet doesn't mean it is gone forever. YouTube has backup servers. Every single person that aids in doxing these kids should have a complaint filed against them. This is absolutely egregious. All because they were wearing a maroon shirt. So what happened to all the people that were wearing red shirts? Or all the people that were wearing white shirts? This is absolutely egregious.
There's going to be someone that just gets caught in here who just happened to wear a maroon shirt that day. I am sure. If that is you, please just write to me and let me know. Like, no, Candace, I go to UVU, and this is just a shirt I put on. They do look military to me.
They don't have to do that. They don't have to do that, Candace. You imbecile. They don't have to. I don't like this. I don't like when people show a complete disregard for other people's rights to exist in peace, to go to school. I mean, is it not enough? You see one of them wearing a backpack. Why is that not enough? This man said my son was wearing a maroon shirt because he doesn't want you singling out his kid. And he's trying to tell you you should not be doing this because you're just picking people out because they're wearing a certain color shirt. This is extraordinarily dangerous.
I am more than I ever been is what her tweet says. When we thought laying in the courtyard that we were about to get shot in the back or in the head, it was very clear that we were on the right side. She confirms by picture and by tweet where she was when that shot.
No.
Laying in the courtyard.
Y'all look at the date and time on that. She said this on September 11th at 11:06 a.m. Charlie was shot on September 10th. She sent this post a day after he was shot. So how would the husband know where she was if this post was not made until a day after? Candace, you are so bad at this. It's so stupid. She didn't even look at the date and time stamp on this post. How would the husband know on September 10th where his wife was when she didn't make this post until the 11th? The date and time right here. This girl is outing 3 or 4 guys because they're wearing maroon shirts. Someone's asking me to recap. She's wanting to know who they are simply because they're wearing maroon shirts. And now she's sitting here creating this dumb theory about them being a part of some maroon beret, military something of another, like the Green Berets. She's calling them the Maroon Berets. She's just coming up with another conspiracy theory. She's saying that there is a man named Adam Bartholomew that was recording a video that went viral. He didn't know exactly where his wife was. And she's trying to say that this post that she made the day after now, somehow the husband was supposed to know based on this post exactly where she was when the post wasn't done until the day after. So somehow he's supposed to know on September 10th exactly where his wife was located at that time, when she didn't make this post until the 11th. So what good is this post a day after the actual shooting? Let me go back, because you can't make this stupid man. This is so crazy. One of these kids, she's already cyber stalked. Another one saying my son was wearing maroon on that day. Candace, he's saying that because he doesn't want you bothering his child. No one is even advocating for this to happen to her kids. But let me tell you something about karma. Karma knows how to get your attention. So does God. Above all, God knows how to get your attention. And karma does as well. And sometimes things don't always happen directly back to you as karma. She is acting so reckless and dangerous. She doesn't care if karma comes back on her indirectly, but directly on her kids. She wants, once again, the public to dox these kids or these three guys because they were wearing maroon shirts.
And his son was. That's the person that we showed you. That's Adam, and that's his son.
This is Adam and his
that
son.
only makes it more compelling because you were capturing footage on that day.
No, it doesn't. He was capturing footage. You're sitting here picking out a color shirt that 2 or 3 other people were wearing. And now you're trying to give some conspiracy that they have to be a part of this military operation called the Maroon Berets. Because reasons. You can't make this up. She's trying to dictate fight or flight responses. Oh my God, this is so disturbing.
So I'd like to know more. And I also find it strange, I will say about Adam Bartholomew, that when the shot rings out, he's live streaming, okay? And he does not stop.
Exactly, Candace. He was live streaming before the shot rang out. Thousands of people there were live streaming. You know how many people were actually live streaming at the same time? Why is this one person somehow suspicious? Never mind all the videos she said she's seen. She's been watching videos of this same assassination for 4 months. She has no soul. And it's obviously not even bothering her to hear the gunshot over and over and over again. But she's making it seem like this one person that was live streaming is so suspicious now because he said some things she didn't like, and she's taking it as an attack, as if no one has the ability or the authority or even the right to criticize her as a public figure, and to criticize her because she's lying like hell. Unbelievable. Now these kids about to get doxxed.
Live streaming to run down and ensure that his wife, who was in the audience, was okay. He did. When I learned by accident that his wife was there, his wife Carrie was there, and she was standing by the bush, actually almost directly near Jordan Kasparian. I would have expected him to be like, "Oh my gosh!" After he says, "What is that? Is my wife okay? Oh my God, where is she? Where's Carrie?" Nope. She tweeted that photo of herself, and she confirmed in her own X feed that she was
confirmed the next day. So how was he supposed to know the day of where she was? It was the next day. So explain, how exactly was he supposed to look for her if she put this post up the next day? You can't make this up. This is so dangerous. Hey, Laura.
I am more than I ever been, is what her tweet says. When we thought laying in the courtyard that we were about to get shot in the back or in the head, it was very clear that we were on the right side. She confirms by picture and by tweet where she was when that shot went off, and yet he mysteriously was not panicked to go find his wife. Odd, weird, and I have a suspicion about the Maroon Boy.
She confirms by tweet the next day where she was. Not the day of. It wasn't like she immediately put that up and said, here I am, I'm looking for my husband. No, the next damn day. Oh, you can't. Oh my God. Oh my God. And because this man was recording and he said something she didn't like, now she wants to target him and his son. Candace is evil and soulless.
We'll say about Adam Bartholomew that when the shot rings out, he's live streaming. Okay. And he does not stop live streaming to run down and ensure that his wife, who was in the audience, okay, was
He
okay.
didn't know where she was.
He did. When I learned by accident that his wife was there, his wife Carrie was there, and she was standing by the bush, actually almost directly near Jordan Kasparian, I would have expected him to be like, oh my gosh, after he says, what is that? Is my wife okay? Oh my God, where is she? Where's Carrie? Nope. She tweeted that photo of herself and she confirmed in her own X feed that she was, I am more than I ever been, as her tweet says, when we thought laying in the courtyard that we were about to get shot in the back or in the head, it was very clear that we were on the right side. She confirms by picture and by tweet where she was when that shot went off, and yet he mysteriously was not panicked to go find his wife. Odd, weird, and I have a suspicion about the Maroon Boys. I think all
He was never compelled to go find his wife because he had no idea where she was. Now, Candace, you understand that even if she's saying the right side, she's speaking in terms of facing the canopy that Charlie was sitting under. Now, unless you're thinking right side based on his vantage point of where Charlie Kirk was sitting, you do realize he's facing the crowd. His right is going to be the opposite side. So she doesn't make that clear either. And she posts this post up the next damn day. So he didn't know exactly where she was. And who said that he was not panicked and did not go out to try to find his wife? Who said that? You're throwing out these dumb accusations with no evidence. Who said he was not concerned? I would have expected him to say this. Once again, how do you know he didn't say it? Because she's not going to play the full clip or anything like that where he could have said it. Just like she sat here and talked about how Tyler Robinson didn't use certain words between vehicle or car or automobile. And then he actually says it later on in the same video. But she doesn't play the whole video because she only edits the video or plays the part to fit her moot point. Moot point. That's irrelevant. And it goes the same with this. He was live streaming the entire time, and he wasn't the only one. But she's singling him out because he criticized her. That's retaliation, Candace.
Not panicked to go find his wife. Odd, weird, and I have a suspicion about the Maroon Boys. I think all of our footage has come from Maroon Boys, and a lot of that footage was then algorithmically boosted. And so I would like to again show you the pictures of these men. And by the way, guys, there's going to be someone that just gets caught in here who just happened to wear a maroon shirt that day. I am sure. If that is you, please just write to me and let me know. Like, no, Candace, I go to UVU.
They don't have to. He's wearing a backpack. I'm just going to assume he's a college kid. I don't care. Even if you say, I go to UVU, she's going to want to know who you are. So don't do it. She's going to want to know who you are. Because Candace doesn't vet anything, but let's just say she wants to confirm you go there. She would have to have your name. They don't owe her a response. Candace is not God. No one owes her a damn thing. They don't have to respond. This is why the kid in the green hoodie should have never said anything. Because now she expects everyone to do this. And they don't owe her that. Candace, don't nobody owe you a response.
And this is just a shirt I put on. They do look military to me.
Kid wearing that hoodie.
And like these three, it's something that I've noticed. And then obviously we know Tyler Robinson notoriously was wearing a maroon shirt. Could be Boy Scouts, could be ROTC, could be Eagle Scouts, could very much.
And no, it could just be they put on a red shirt for the date. So if they emailed her and said that, it still wouldn't be good enough. If they were to reach out to her and say, no, we just wore maroon shirts. We're random people wearing maroon shirts. What the hell is wrong with you? I'm not telling you my name. Please stop putting up my photo because your cyber stalker bots are sitting here following me all over the internet. I'm just trying to go to school and get an education. What the hell is wrong with her?
Be airborne. So if you guys know anything, please email us. Again, if you recognize these people, I don't want your broader thoughts on the color maroon, but if you recognize these individuals in particular, more tips at Candace.
No. Then you're doxing these people. Yeah, I recognize them, but then she's gonna want to know who they are. Nope. That's doxing, Candace. You're not entitled to that. Nope. This is unbelievable.
Owens.com. Okay, and then I'm going to tell you somebody that I actually do think is suspicious on that day, and I need to know everything about him. But first, let's get to some sponsors. All right, you guys, when they double down.
I care less about her sponsors.
We are not. I wanted to introduce you guys, by the way, to somebody that I do think is extremely shady. Okay, extremely suspicious to me, and I can give you a variety of reasons, but I'd rather just ask for your help in. Let me give you something explicit. I would like to see footage of him, period, point blank, who he was with in the crowd. I'm starting to like identify every person there. That's where I'm at. Like I'm micromanaging. Like I'm doing my best Karen over here.
So she wants to dox over 3,000 people. She wants to sit here and single-handedly dox over 3,000 people. Obviously, this is evidence right here that she is bored. She's out of content. She's no more conspiracy. Like the conspiracy theory she's concocting up is still dangerous on its own because that involves more doxing. People are about to get cyber stalked and cyber harassed. Candace, they're gonna have to sue you. You're gonna get so many lawsuits, it's not even gonna be funny. Because how else is she gonna stop? This is out of control. This is out of control.
Here, I would like to even find him on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination in the crowd. Okay, his name is Emmanuel Beerer. And there are a million and one reasons why I want to know more about him. Look, he's a former employee of Oracle. He's in engineering. I believe he's from Germany, from what I looked into.
That's doxing. You're giving out information about his employer. You just gave his name. There's no reason to this. Just because you want to know who he is, that's not viable. That's not justifiable. No judge in a court of law would buy that bullshit. And I'm saying it. This right here is why she should be, why the FBI needs to investigate her ass. This is unbelievable. It's like she learned nothing from that social autopsy thing. You can't make this stuff up, man.
He's a software engineer. And he attended the event, but somehow I don't see any photos of him at the event. And he was plucked from obscurity by the mainstream media as an eyewitness in Salt Lake City. Like they went to film him in Salt Lake City. I just would like to know how these media requests came about. Like, did he tweet something and you knew he was there? Like, actually, if you are PBS, which I'm about to show you a clip of him speaking on PBS, how did you know to reach out to this man? That's the first question I'd like to have answered, right? Because I'm thinking, if I'm sending people down, I'm not sending them to Salt Lake City. Right? I'm going to send people a news truck down to UVU campus. I'm going to go around and try to speak to people on campus organically, people that are students and attended this event without a connection, which ended up being the Tiffany Barker situation.
But you can't do that without the permission of the kids, Candace. And you got to think about this. These kids are still considered dependents because they're in school. All right. Some of these kids, even if they're 18, if they don't want to talk to you, they don't have to. They don't have to. These kids are not going to college to sit here and to be, cyber stalked and harassed by you and your cult members. And these parents aren't paying for their tuition just so their kids can be subjected to your BS. That's not why they're going to school. And she doesn't really care because she dropped out of herself because of loans. But you got kids who actually take their education seriously. The last thing they need is a bunch of people following them trying to figure out who the hell they are. This is so, oh my God. This is why I still because This stuff like this needs to be debunked. I could care less about what the cult member thinks or a bot. If you are a parent, you should be disturbed by what she's trying to do. You should be very disturbed. You can't make this up. Candace is talking nonsense, not of any value. She's just running off at the mouth. She could go on dates with her benefactors. Hello, pot, I'm kettle. You can't make this up. She is trying to get people doxxed. She wants to know information about people. Unbelievable. This is so dangerous. And you have you have people who have no idea that this is what she's doing. And Candace has been doing this since she created Social Autopsy. And back then, she was okay with kids being doxxed. All you had to do was just write into some website she put up saying that I'm being bullied. Whether it's true or not, irrelevant. She had no way to vet that information then, and she still can't vet tips now. But she's always so easy. It's much better to target kids because that's where you want to get them at a young age when they're bullying other kids, but they're minors. She didn't even see how that was a violation of law, how that was a clear cybercrime. And you're doing that against minors. And she's still doing it 10 plus years later. She ain't brought no damn receipt. She's doxing people. And that is a cybercrime. You can't make this up. Oh my God. Oh man.
She said, "Oh, I was friends with Jeff Lehman, and that's the reason that I was able to get the news hit in the morning." How did Emmanuel Beer get picked out in Salt Lake City? Okay. I am going to let you listen to him speak and what he testified to on that day. Take a listen.
I hear this loud sound and I'm like, that wasn't what I thought it was, is it? I was like, no, this can't be happening right now. And we all ducked.
Okay, so yeah, they had him on basically every news channel. I think there is a longer clip and I might be able to find it, but I would like to find him. So if you attended the UVU event and you went with Emmanuel, maybe you are Emmanuel and you are watching this and you would like to clarify who you were with and send some photos and some pictures and also explain to me.
No, Emmanuel, you need to ignore the hell out of her. And if she even threatens you, even just by a little bit, or her dumb cultists and her bots comes for you, report all of their freaking YouTube channels. Because that's not something she's not privy to that. See, Candace, this is the difference between the media outlet being able to interview someone and you don't know who they are because they don't have to dox them versus you doing what you're doing. You're demanding that someone talks to him because he gave an interview. That's not legally justifiable enough for you to go out trying to have people go and find him. That involves a level of stalking. Leave them alone. Leave these people alone. If you witness him committing a crime, that's one thing. But you seeing him just give interviews and somehow you need to know who he is. No, you don't. That's part of the problem. She's a spoiled brat who's sitting here doxing people and demanding information from people who just so happen to attend this event. Now everybody's got to suffer because Candace Owens is allowed to get away with committing cybercrimes and impersonate an investigator. This is absolutely absurd. Man, this is hard to watch. This is hard to watch. It is doxing. When you put out information about someone that's personally identifiable information, like information about where someone works and their job title, that's doxing. Google the law. That's damn doxing. Can't make this up. Candace has an echo chamber leading her cult to dangerous crimes with much time in prison, threatening people's lives because she used to lying. You can't make this up. I'm going to react to her videos that she puts up on a public platform. I'm not trying to find people I don't even know. That's what she's doing. She's demanding information on perfect strangers she doesn't know. No one owes her that. Good grief. You can't make this up.
How you became an eyewitness that all the mainstream media wanted to speak to, I would deeply appreciate that because I find that to be suspicious. I just do. Anyways, you guys, in other...
Yeah, suspiciousness is not enough. And no judge in the court of law would even say, oh, okay, yeah, you're right. Nope. Nope. No one cares about your suspicion. You're subjecting this man to being tracked down for no reason. For no reason at all. If he wants to reach out to you, Candace, I'm sure he knows who you are. He just doesn't owe you a response. And if he doesn't do what she wants, guess what's happened? Then she's really going to put his information out there. Simply because he's not going to do what she wants him to do. Just like that other kid that she demanded that interview from. And then she posts up a photo of him and another college student. He would give me an interview. He doesn't owe you one. Nobody owes you a damn thing. This is the danger that she puts people's lives in. And of course, I don't expect the cult members, who are brainless sheeple and these dumb bites that are just trying to meet a quota to even understand that. They don't care about laws. They refuse to Google and read. This is what they're reinforcing her to do. This is, man. I'm just, this is disgusting, Candace. This is disgusting.
News, The Game dropped his album, his mixtape, with the song The Assassination of Candace Owens on it because Game gonna recognize Game. And I'm going to play for you guys and probably get hit for it. A couple of, we'll play like 10 seconds of the song and then I'll just kind of go over the second verse, which I think are actually really powerful. Take a listen.
No, I'm not taking a hit at all. I'll tell you that right now. I don't even listen to the Game music like that. I'm not willing to take no hit. I don't give a damn. If you want to watch that, go on her channel and watch that. I don't care nothing about his song.
Obama, love her like Kamala, love her like Obama. Truth is, truth hurts. It's like a neck shot. Who really killed Charlie Kirk? Okay, that is the truth. The truth does hurt, and people want to know who killed Charlie Kirk. This next line is just absolutely, I think, destructive to Turning Point USA as an organization. He goes on and he writes, his body is not yet settled in the dirt. Why are you carrying on like that? Are you an Andre 3000 verse? Okay, so that's a reference to Outkast, and they are known for making their verses really long. They're very lyrical and poetic. And so that's the vibe coming at Turning Point USA from the hip hop community. How are you guys just going on?
The Game does not represent the hip hop community, girl. That's how out of touch Candace is from the hip hop community. Very much out of touch. Well, the Game, who has put out a good album in how long again? The album he put out before this, it bombed. It was pitiful. And this is who you're propping up. Don't you think he did this to get attention, Candace? He's trying to stay relevant. And good for you. You boosted up his sales on his trash album. But this is what's happening here. You can't make this up.
Like an Andre 3000 verse. Who killed Charlie?
Yeah, this is the same rapper that thought he could beat Eminem, by the way. And he was obliterated.
Kirk. That to me is the ultimate referendum on what Turning Point USA is doing. It literally, even a blind man can see what we are all seeing, and yet you're trying to gaslight us into pretending like it's just all regular and that we are the bad guys. He goes on and he says, we live in an era where, I can't say the N-words, twerk, and we live in an era where they pull wallets up out their purse. But I was raised in Zion and Nas I am. And if I'm lying low, throw me in a den with the lions and 5 YNs. I think that's a gang. I'm sorry, I'm not up to date on gang stuff. Either way, behind these bars is shots flying, decapitate.
YN is not a gang, girl. It's young N word. So she doesn't know that either. Oh God.
Decapitate you so-called goats without trying. Go head to head with CNN while bumping CNN. Leave in France, I'm still alive. Some I won't see again. Speak my truth until I'm in the position that she is in. Moral to the story, be cautious who you believe in. I love this. It's so great. I love that he incorporated France into this. And what he's saying, obviously, is like you have to fight these so-called goats. And honestly, they are like Baphomet worshippers. Okay.
No, what he's doing is just taking in all your conspiracy theories and your false allegations and you just put it in a verse in a song on a trash album. Game sucks as a rapper, by the way. He sucks.
Goat thing is, I get what he's doing here. He is being punny in all the right ways. And you somehow, by speaking the truth, you become a threat and they want to kill you. Like they want to assassinate you. And they're laughing. They send out these nerds to laugh at you when you say that. And you don't know if you're like, people are like, lay low. Like you shouldn't even go to Turning Point USA. What am I doing? I'm just telling the truth. And he's saying all of this to say, we're all going, like we all should be putting ourselves in this position to speak the truth. And the moral of the story is that we should be very cautious in who we believe in. And I think that is how we all are feeling right now.
Yeah, the same can be said about Candace. We should all be very cautious about who we believe in, including Candace. Candace, you're not an exception to that. And in order for you to say something is truth, you have to have it corroborated with facts. And facts don't care about your feelings. So where are the payments that Macron's made to this club for this alleged assassination that you keep lying about? Why don't you have that paper trail again? Anybody seen that paper trail? I'm still waiting on the paper trail of these payments from this club. That's how you can tell she is sheltered. She has no idea what even good rap music sounds like, okay? The game is trash. He is doing this to get attention. And what's going to end up happening is he's going to catch a lot of backlash because he's just taking a bunch of her conspiracy theories and putting it in a song. And she's not even smart enough to know that he's just doing this to try to get attention to his songs. He doesn't believe half that stuff. He probably don't even believe none she's saying. He's just making a song and trying to get sales on it. And she's not smart enough to see, oh, he's just using my name to try to get, attention to his music that she would never listen to. Candace, you don't even know how to break down bars in a rap music. She's trying to break down a bar in a rap song. And she's stuttering over that. Candy, we can all tell when you off script too. You know that, right? The non-barologist is trying to break down rap bars. From the game music. Oh my good God. A bad rapper and a wannabe journalist, something of another. You can't make this up. It's like two peas in the pod. They're both doing this to get attention and to get clout. And he just so happened to put the right name on the right song title, and he's getting the clout. That's what the game is, a clout chaser. He's not a good rapper. If he was a lyricist, he would be able to actually write some real rap music. No, he's just taking her conspiracy theories and just made them rhyme in a song. And she has no idea what YNs are. It's young N-words. It's not a game. It's a slang. It's a saying. It's like an expression. You can't make this up. Candace, you have to know who YN is if you're trying to break down a bar. From the most simpleton rap artist, it's still trying to be relevant right now. Good grief. You know why he's doing this? Because he's got judgments to pay. He lost the lawsuit himself. The game was sued and he lost like hell. And he's still paying on this judgment. You can't make this up. Oh my God. This is insane. Oh my God. The game's father does your famous rappers' houses in the hood in NV Cali. Your famous rappers' houses in the hood in NV Cali. Is that a show? Oh my god! Oh, good grief! Who cares if he's with Trump or not? I don't think the game is with Trump. He's with Diddy. Exactly. There you go. Nah, the game is one of those rappers that's like a flunky of P. Diddy. I thought we were no Diddy over here, Candace. You effing up, girl. Oh my goodness. Talking about we just telling the truth. What truth? Can you ask Candace in a rap song game to post up that text message she sent to the FBI and those so-called payments that the Macrons made to the Club de Sant for her alleged assassination? For some French female assassin and this male Israeli operative. Because she said there's a paper trail. Obviously, there's a paper trail. But she didn't get the actual paper trail herself. Gabe, can you put that in a song? Demanding evidence. That's the title of it. You can't make this. She has no idea who the game is. This is the highlight of her day. A whack-ass rapper making a song from her conspiracy theories and making it rhyme. Yeah, that's the highlight of her day. Oh my God. She's playing dangerous IMO. It really isn't funny. We laugh because it's absurd. Exactly. I mean, I'm disgusted at her repetitive, like her obsession over watching these video clips of Charlie Kirk being shot over and over again. And then I'm just, even more disgusted at her willingness to still dox people. Because, something's suspicious to her. She just feels like she's got to know something when she's not entitled to that. Just like she's not entitled to get a virtual link to what is more so a debunking session where they're going to call her lies and post up documentation and evidence to debunk it. Because they want to show in good faith, we tried to get the record corrected. We sent her the evidence and the information, like the Macron's case. She said kick rocks. So now we're here and we're suing her as. Candace, that's what you got coming your way. A huge lawsuit.
Like we are suddenly recognizing that this authority is arbitrary, kind of the most grotesque, perverse humans that you could possibly imagine.
She's
I don't even
still
think they're
trying
humans,
to break down
subhuman.
bars.
Happen to be running the world. For whatever reason, our governments think that it is a dramatic ask.
It's a breakdown of bars.
We're almost saying it's okay. We'll be employees and debt slaves for the rest of our lives. We'll get back to work and we'll pay absurd taxes every day. Can you guys please just leave kids alone? And our government's like, can't do that. Sorry. Could you please just not poison us? Government's like, sorry.
And I'm saying, why don't you leave those college kids alone? And you're saying, nope. I don't care about laws or the investigation. The same questions can be asked of you, Candace. Leave those kids alone. Let those college kids live in peace. They didn't ask for that. You think all of those people that were there wanted to see or witness Charlie Kirk get shot? You're punishing them because they were there as spectators. And now everyone is suspicious and you just somehow want all these people to be doxxed. You're punishing them for going out to support Charlie Kirk at a campus event. If they weren't students, don't you think they would just naturally be Charlie Kirk supporters? And now you want to sit here and single-handedly identify everybody, even though none of these people had the guns in their hand. You have no legal justification to doing this. You're not an investigator. You're not a member of law enforcement. And your investigation of whatever you're trying to call it to be is absolutely ridiculous. It's landing you in court. It's pathetic. Leave those college kids alone. Leave these people alone. You trying to find some man in Salt Lake City? Leave him alone. If he wants to reach out to you, I'm sure he would have reached out to you by now. It's been 4 months. Leave him alone.
We can't do that. You guys are asking for way too much. You're listening to too much Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. It's too much. You guys, how could you think that we don't have a right to poison you and to poison the minds of your children? It is, like I said, I think such a good commentary on the state of things today. I hope I didn't say gun stuff. I'm not in any gangs, but I'm a gangsta. Yeah, I'm a gangster.
No, you're
I think
not.
So,
No, you're
anyways, if you guys would like to toss him some support and just to appreciate that we're at a moment where hopefully when he says like I was raised listening to Nas, what he means is like real hip hop, right? And people that were actually commenting on the state of things in an intellectual way. It's actually why I loved Jay-Z's music when I was growing up, and I kind of hated what he became. I think it is also reflective for Black America because so much we have been kind of transformed into.
Here comes Wakanda, y'all. Here's that personality of Wakanda coming in. Where's the candy ass cult member at? Here's your Wakanda. Here she is. Here's Wakanda. You know, because Black America. She just had to throw that out there. Here you go. The game does not care about furthering, hip hop or anything. He's trying to get clout. He wants to make money to pay his judgments off, to pay off lawsuits where he owes millions of dollars. And he put the right person's name in a song and said the right things that she was so flattered by, because obviously it doesn't take much for her. This her breakdown of bars and stuff like that in rap songs, because YNs and all. But now we get the Wakanda, because Black America. There we go.
The ultimate slaves of Baphomet, like this idea of freedom.
Yeah,
I think we're all realizing right now we're not free. Like we are all slaves, and they give us products and iPhones and flat screen TVs and Hollywood and the Kardashians, and we're supposed to think that that's glamour and it's glitz, and that means that we're in a golden era. Nope. I think that there was not an enlightenment, but there was a darkening of mankind, and America is going to have to wake up real quick. So thank you for putting Charlie Kirk, memorializing him in that song to the game. Hopefully, next time you do it, I can be on the verse, just like maybe just one little expression from this podcast. Everything.
Oh dear Lord! Now she's a rapper.
It's fake and gay. All right, we'll take a brief break, and we will come back after the comments. All right, you guys. What if you could delay?
Oh no, I'm done. All right, yo. That's gonna be her rap verse, because everything is faking gay. That's it, including George. Boys Club, come into your town. You can't make this up. Candace, why don't you rap about George? Telling you instantly no, because it's his damn birthday. And he needs you to be there with the kids. How many of y'all think Andrew Tate's going to be one of the guests that's coming from another country? Is he allowed to leave the country? Is Andrew Tate allowed to leave the country? I have a feeling he's going to be on the guest list, showing up at her house for his birthday. Can't make this up. Tavares always like, y'all still in here. Super duper. Her husband's so vanilla. Ice, baby. Ice, baby. Except you got to add in the British accent. Ice, baby. Yeah. I mean, just add all that in. Y'all think Andrew Tate gonna be on the guest list for the Boys Club birthday party? You can't make this up. Y'all are dedicated. Listen, I had to get both episodes in. No, we're just asking. We're just using her for scientific study for evolving psychosis symptoms. Shout out to Liz Walker. Oh man! Shout out to my moms. Shout out to you, Tavares. How you doing, man? Vanilla Ice. I think Andrew Tate might be one of the guests that's coming international to the Boys Club birthday party. Yeah. Now he said no instantly because it's his birthday. Candace, you don't need to lie about that. You don't need to sit here and withhold. I think you're lying by omission, Candace, because it's the little lies. You're not revealing the full details. You're not telling them it's George Farmer's birthday. Boys Club is having a birthday party. Andrew Tate might come, and he doesn't want to be stuck with the kids while you go out to Phoenix and do something in person where they're going to be debunking you, not giving you an interview. They're not going to let you ask what you want to ask. No, because then they will never be able to debunk all the dumb things you said. There's a specific reason why they're doing it. I know you're listening, Heifer, and you're still bad at this. Can't make none of this up. Oh, man. All right, y'all. That's both episodes. We're all caught up. We're all caught up. Candace is still bad at this. The candy asses are still mad. Bigly mad. Big mad. Big mad. And the boss is still working overtime. It's so crazy. I want to thank all of you all for tuning in. Oh, I got some supers. Thank you. Y'all be sure to check out Berea and Babes YouTube channel. She came up in here and showed some love to us, so we want to show that love right back. Shout out to Black Sigma for the $2 super. CPUSA will never sue Candace. Nah, they're gonna get her. Nah, I think they're trying to get her. Yeah. She's done way too much damage. Bronx girl, shout out to you for the $10 super. Thank you for making me laugh in the middle of the night. You are absolutely welcome. Sometimes you gotta see the silver lining and laughing in this, even though parts of this I was just utterly disgusted. I don't believe in doxing and harassing and the bullying stuff because some people don't take that well. And then, she's been doing this for years. Especially since, Charlie Kirk was shot. She did this to Phil Lyman. And then, said in a video, he's rightfully so very angry with me. Because you doxed him, his mother, his cousin, his nephew, whatever. You putting people out here that have nothing to do with the assassination. And the more she's able to do this to get away with it, the worse it's going to get. For the sake of people's, right to just exist and live in peace, these kids to be able to go to school. Turning Point USA, you better be doing this for the ability to sue her. Because otherwise, it's all for nothing. And she's going to keep doing it. She's going to keep doubling down. Don't aid and enable this behavior. Nip it in the bud. She doesn't like going to court, so that's exactly where she should be, in court. A lot. Candace got it coming. She's going to get the right person on the wrong day and dox the wrong person, and they definitely going to sue the crap out of her. Because that's very dangerous. People are already getting online death threats. I don't expect the candy asses and the bots to care about that. I don't. I'm not here to change their, minds on any of that. But laws are laws. Facts are facts, and they don't care about how Candace Owens feels. And her wanting people to be called out, trying to get people identified. She's not a commissioned police officer or a member of law enforcement. She's not a licensed certified investigator of any sort. She won't even show her 2 degrees she claims she has. So all of this is for what? For just the purposes of harassment. She will never be able to go to court and say, here's a legitimate reason why. She wouldn't be able to do that. There's no defense she could offer. So these people need to start, putting her in check with a lawsuit. Don't respond to her directly. No, respond to her with an attorney. And let that be that. That way you can sleep peacefully. So I thank all of you all for tuning in. I appreciate all of you guys. It's that I don't need to put out people's information that's not out there on public, even with her attorneys. Yeah, the address is in the actual lawsuit, but the average person didn't pay attention to that. So when she read that letter, when she still doesn't know who wrote that letter, and she put that 920 North King Street address, and put it out there, she didn't think twice about that being the address for her own attorney's law firm. She just put it out there. But people work there. And if you have all these people trying to follow whomever she says follow all over the internet, that's not journalism. That's not in the pursuit of truth or facts and information. None of that. When she can't even vet her tips. That's introducing people to being harassed and doxxed. And it's not ever necessary. The best journalists in the world did not have to dox people. They just put out the facts and the information. It's that simple. So tomorrow we will be doing Umar and Polite, and it's another person I wanted to talk about that was a whistleblower. Let me show you all who this person is. If you've never heard of Karen Silkwood, Karen Silkwood was like a whistleblower who became a journalist and was involved in a car accident where she lost her life, dealing with a nuclear power plant. And the biographies on her, they actually talk about how she became a whistleblower and started doing her own, journalism, because she was exposed to, some I forget it was iridium. She was exposed to some chemicals in this power plant and realized that there were a whole lot of loopholes and cutting corners that the power plant was doing, and was about to do an interview that would have really blown a hole in the company. And some out of nowhere, she ends up in this horrific car crash. So I want to do a video on this, a video analysis on it, so y'all can understand like what she did as far as her journalism and being a whistleblower, and the way she went about doing things. It's like these same tactics that work. Like I said, the best journalists don't have to dox people. They don't have to do it. And she lost her life trying to put out the truth and to help people. So Karen Silkwood, if you guys don't know who she is, look her up. And we're going to do a live stream on that and check out the biography and what they discovered after 50 years since her death. This cover up where they found new evidence and information that basically alluded to her not being in a car. It wasn't a coincidence she was in a car accident. They feel like it actually was purposefully. It was a murder disguised as a car accident. And I want to check this out. So, because, I do care about journalism. I really do. And Karen Silkwood is definitely someone I want to do this video analysis on. So you guys look out for that thumbnail. And if you have information about Karen Silkwood, email it to me. Email it to me. And it just kind of breaks up the monotony, and we can talk about, someone who actually did something beneficial. So thank you all so much. I appreciate you all for tuning in. Hit the like button for me, and look out for the live streams for tomorrow and for Sunday. So far, we're scheduled to do a show with Information Man Show, talking about Umar and Polite, because two peas in the pod cult leaders that Polite's in prison where he belongs. It's just crazy. But we're going to be talking about that with Information Man Show on Sunday as well. So look out for that announcement. You guys continue to take care of yourselves. Thank you all so much for the support, and leave your comments. Let me know what you think. Karen Silkwood, we're going to get in a video on her. And until the next one, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.